I should also have noted that Cindy Van Dover is in the chat room, and Cindy has done an awful lot of work on hydrothermal vents and some of the earliest work on the hydrothermal vent shrimp here in the Atlantic. So great to have you here, Cindy. Looking forward to your insights. And here's our first view of the bottom. And so I think you said, Ashton, that our dive target was at the base of this talus slope. Our first fish as well. Copy that, pilot. Thank you.
Yeah, so it looks like we're near the bottom of a large sloping, fairly loose and unconsolidated field of, I don't know what exactly it is. Hard to tell until we get a closer look. Not yet. We're waiting for them to get set up. And so once the ROV pilots are all set up and ready to proceed, we'll take a Niskin water sample near the bottom.
Copy that. Yes, please. Okay, so we have taken our second water sample for eDNA analysis. We took one in the water column. We were a bit remiss and missed the deep scattering layer, but we did get one up there at about 1,400 meters. And we are now ready to begin our transit. You want to direct us to that? Sorry. Just kidding. Pilot, could we have a look at these fish closely, please? Pilot, can we get a close look at these fish when you're ready? Thank you. That's not bad, though. That's certainly good for the overall morphology. We can see that that long pelvic fin, actually the anal fin, excuse me, long dorsal fin goes all the way to the tail fin, so that's good. We may not get the details of the head, but that's good for that one. And I think the other one was different, so if we can get just a quick look if it's still in the area. Thank you. Don't chase it. I suspect we'll see more. Thank you. Yeah, so I think the initial target we're going for was at about, yep. Yeah, no problem. So I'm just checking the paper. I want to see, we're looking for some extinct vent chimneys that were down. I'm just trying to get the depth. I think it was 3,020-ish. And yeah. So yeah, I think if we start to go up slope, that's certainly good. And we'll see what more information we can give you. Actually, we have that overlay. That's what I'm looking for. At least if we can see on the bathymetry, what's the depth of those points? 336? 3036, yeah. So should be somewhere around. Yeah, pilot, so we just checked more carefully on the detailed map, and it should be around this depth, so maybe if we just sort of spin around and look with the blue view to see if we see anything standing up down at this depth. Thank you. Yeah, one thing I'm not certain, I'll look in the paper, is the height of the chimneys at this particular area. I suspect they're smaller than the ones that are upslope.
Yeah, that sounds good. East Yeah, he sounds good. I think just situational awareness, it looks like the bathymetry seafloor starts to drop off north of us. So I think as long as we stay east, which is the direction we'll be moving anyways, to be moving upslope and look for any features on the sonar. These are inactive vents, and I think they weren't visited except for a few years ago.
Yeah, in 2019.
Yeah.
And there should be a talus pile down here, so I'm seeing some scattered rubble.
Yep.
So I suspect we're headed in the right direction. As you're watching the screen, the ROV pilot's just kind of scanning around, so the direction of view right now is kind of to the southeast. The slope that we're going to be climbing today is more or less due east, so now we're starting to pan back that way. And so this view now is almost due east, so as we progress that way, we'll be going upslope. And now we're continuing to turn and looking a little bit towards the north. And as Ashton was saying, this feature that we're in, it drops off this little valley, this axial valley drops off even deeper to the north. Not sure what all the white specks are there on the sediment. If these are foraminifera or some rock. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look and see what that is. There's a lot of them. The color of this sediment is really interesting, and I suspect it must be some hydrothermal. Yeah. Are these pelagic forams maybe that have settled? Yeah. Not forams. That's not what I meant. Somebody help me here. These are the shells of planktonic organisms that have... No, they're not diatoms. Pteropods, thank you. Mike Vecchione and Daphne. So these are shells of pteropods, which are pelagic gastropods. And so when they die up in the water column above, their shells sink to the bottom. In many places, this is what forms a lot of the sediment, a lot of the particulates of the sediment. That's great, pilot. Thank you. Interesting. That's a really interesting sediment. I'm seeing a lot of tracks in there, and I don't know if that's just from tumbling sediments down this slope or if it's organisms that are moving their way through the slope. Just to the left of the lasers now, the lasers are right over it. There's something elongated. Yep, right there. Nothing. Okay. Some mucus or something, I think. Not sure if it's mucus that was in some kind of a tube or former burrow or what, but that's okay. We can move on. Thank you.
ROV, I would just continue heading east at your own pace. Yep. Yep. And so it looks like we're just coming up and over this kind of this field of probably very iron sulfur rich sediment. I'm guessing just that had precipitated out of the black smokers. It's kind of filling in this interaxial valley. We should be heading upslope towards this escarpment with hopes of seeing a series of inactive vent fields. The inactive vent fields run more or less north-south along the intervalley area before we start heading more due east and see some of the active vents.
Some disturbance in the sediment. It looks like something deposited there, possibly a fecal trail from a holothurian, some other burrow. It's not living right now.
Very interesting sediment in this zone.
So unlike mid-ocean ridges in the Pacific, like the East Pacific Rise, where volcanism is pretty constant, on these slow-spreading ridges, like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which only spread 2 to 4 centimeters per year, whereas the EPR can spread several times that. Volcanism is actually pretty rare. You might only have a volcanic eruption in one of these areas, maybe on the order of once every 10,000 years, I've heard.
When I was a graduate student, to help us understand the rate of seafloor spreading, my advisor said that you could equate it to the growth of your fingernail. I don't know if he was talking about the faster spreading Pacific spreading centers or the Atlantic.
I think it probably depends on, the graduate student and how fast their fingernails grow.
There you go.
Yeah. I didn't bring a nail clipper on this trip and feel like I'm already...
It's a good rule of thumb, though.
So
trying to understand how these plates are being formed on our planet.
Is that my eyes playing tricks on me, or is there some rubble just on the horizon of the light there?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so maybe we're starting to see some of this talus. Now, Scott, do you remember from the cruise report from the Celtic Explorer, the talus they described, was it sulfide talus or was it basalt?
Sulfide talus.
It was sulfide talus, so from collapsed chimneys.
I'm not certain, Deb, I'm not oh, no, I guess these are aggregations of shells in these little pockets, but I was wondering if there could be any bacterial mats, but I don't think that's the case here. These just look like local depressions, maybe, that are accumulating the pteropod shells. Oh, there's, I think, a sea cucumber right in the bottom of the screen center. Something pinkish. It's certainly different looking. 2 of them. There's another one far over to the right. It's not it's a rock. My bad, not a sea cucumber. That's for Ashton.
Oh no, keep moving. Yeah.
There is some structures on it though. Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, so I remember somebody once asked me to compare and contrast hydrothermal vent fields on land versus at the sea, in the ocean. And the processes are actually amazingly similar. They're actually almost identical. You know, there's some kind of quirks in terms of oceanographic hydrothermal processes. You know, on land, things usually follow a hydrologic gradient, such as following the water table, which is topographically dictated, whereas under the ocean we follow pressure gradient. So on land, the water table will usually dictate that water flows from high elevations to low elevations, but in the deep ocean, given the pressure gradient, water actually flows from low elevations to high elevations. So there's little quirks like that. But I think, you know, what we're going through right now in this dive is a perfect example of the biggest difference, which is just their accessibility. You know, you can walk up, you know, right to a hydrothermal vent field at Yellowstone or something like that. You know, just drive there, pay the park price, and go see it. And here we need all these folks and an ROV team and a ship and 2 weeks at sea in rough weather, and just to get here and see some videos. And
so I saw my first biology there, or at least the first biology I could identify. Oh, my bad. We saw two fish. Okay. I saw my first invertebrates there that I could identify, and on that rock were caprellid amphipods, are also called skeleton shrimp, and I believe in some places they're called noddies or nodders, and you could see them waving back and forth, and maybe we'll see some on some other rocks.
So this looks very much to start to look like the talus field. There does look to be some outcrop of basalt and primary rock. Yeah, this looks like basaltic talus that's flown from that escarpment, fallen from the escarpment.
Yes, please. Snap zoom on that. Thanks. And that's looking like a grenadier to me. We saw several grenadiers, different species, yesterday. And one of the ones we saw was called the marlin spike grenadier. And it refers to that really elongate dorsal fin. Don't think this one's quite as long, so I think this one's something different.
I remember the one yesterday was, longer and sharper.
Yep.
In terms of more of a...
Exactly. But this is a pretty species diverse group.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Cindy Van Dover is saying it would be a good place to study.
Yeah, if you could zoom in on some of those talus blocks in the foreground. Yeah.
One of my graduate students has suggested that fish is Nezumia, the genus Nezumia, which is a grenadier. Thanks, Upashna.
Yeah, so you can see there, the rocks look like a mixture of sulfide, maybe some anhydrite, some really weathered, altered material from these hydrothermal processes, and blanketed with these sulfide sediments. Why don't you zoom into that kind of block on the top of the video that almost looks like it has tree roots growing out of the bottom of it?
These are probably polychaete worm tubes. At the top there, you see that thing that's moving back and forth. There's two of them. Those are the caprellid amphipods that I was talking about. Very unusual amphipods. If you're familiar with what an amphipod looks like, we saw lots yesterday swimming around the corals, and we saw the ones that took over the salp houses. These ones are much more elongate, and their legs are modified as hook-like structures at the back so they can hang on the back end, and then they're kind of like praying mantis at the front. And you see that one that's in the center has a swelling. They brood their embryos. But back to the sulfides.
Yeah, so one of the things we've been asked to look at is kind of compare and contrast what the biological communities look like at the active hydrothermal vents and then what they look at the inactive vents. And so if you think about the lifespan of one of these black smoker chimneys, from an active to an inactive, then to a collapsed and rubbly portion, and you see a nice basaltic block in the top left there for comparisons. Much darker. And we're more or less pointed due east already, correct? So we'll just be continuing up this slope according to the way track. Okay. Okay.
So there's an interest in getting a piece of that rock that has all those worm tubes on it that we'd be happy to put into the bio box. Okay. If you could, if it's still possible. The comment was from Cindy Van Dover, who's got a lot of experience at these vent systems, and she notes that those are not typical worms that you would see at an active vent. And this is one of the questions that we have. In the inactive vents, what sort of fauna are we seeing, and do they represent the typical background fauna, or is there some intermediate community that we see? So the question will be, I guess, how friable, how easy it is to sort of pick at this rock, and if it breaks apart. I don't know what you know about that, Ashton. Sure, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm skeptical you could suction the worms off, but you know, who knows? But yeah, let's see what the situation is.
Yeah, I'd probably just try and grab a hunk of it and hope it's pretty loosely consolidated. If not, maybe a nudge and a suck.
Yep. If we do use the suction sampler, we'll have an opportunity to see the new titanium lip that's been put on.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's a good use of it.
Yep. Excellent.
Yeah, they look like to be, Scott, if you look at the top of the frame, that might be another boulder covered.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, I suspect they're the same sort of things. I've seen them on a few rocks here. These are almost surely some kind of polychaete worm. Yep. It would be a biosample, yep. In fact, there's a polychaete worm swimming up in front of the rock right now. I'm guessing it's a scale worm of some kind. You can see the way it has the wave-like motion of the body as the paddle-like limbs move in their power stroke. All right, so we're going to poke at this rock and see how easy it is to break up so that we can get a sample. Not very easy is the answer.
Yeah, pretty consolidated.
Yep. So I'm fine, Pilot, if we want to just move and see if there's a smaller rock that has some of these polychaetes on it. That'd be fine. Thank you. Ashton, Deb has put a big word in here that maybe you could explain. She says you don't know how indurated these rocks are until you try.
Yeah, basically just talking about right, how well cemented together they are, or how consolidated they are. You know, the active hydrothermal vents. If you try and and you grab those, because all of that is basically being deposited through precipitation that's come out of the fluids, and then it precipitates in that fluid, and then it's kind of just deposited as a sediment deposit. It's pretty loose, and so you kind of grab it and it can actually just completely break up in your hand. It's friable. The older they get, they tend to cement together, become a little bit more consolidated. So just to remind everyone, we are at the Moytirra vent field. We're about 500 kilometers north of the Azores, north of the island of Corvo. We're on the eastern side of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, about 1.5 kilometers from the central axial valley ridge, beginning to head up a talus pile. Looks like mainly a mixture of sulfide talus, hydrothermally altered basalt talus.
I'm keeping my eye out for another hairy rock or fuzzy rock. We want to see if any of those tubes have any of the worms poking out. That would also help us identify what's there.
Oh, you see the shimmer on the block on the right?
The block on the right is a shimmer. I don't see it yet.
No, the big yellow one, big sulfide one.
This one?
Yeah.
Shimmer, you mean like a schlieren in the water?
Yeah, no, it's got some shimmer on the rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's gold.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm going to say something, but I'm waiting for Deb to chime in. That's
Well, I'll say something. There's another Caprella Amphipod there.
Is it a big block of pyrite?
Yeah, I think it's a block of pyrite or chalcopyrite. So what we're looking at is probably what was once, a piece of a chimney. That's amazing. That is really, really cool.
Yeah, so that's a big block of pyrite or chalcopyrite. As Deb Clixon was chiming in and saying, it's it's a block of a former chimney. So that's a big block of what's colloquially known as fool's gold.
I take no offense to that. And there's a whole lot of amphipods. Again, the caprellids, also called skeleton shrimp. You can see their bulbous little heads at the end. Don't see any of the worm tubes on this rock.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that that sample is probably too large for me to take.
Yeah.
If I just want to take the whole rock.
You'd be foolish to try to take that.
That's a beautiful golden nugget.
Yeah. About 40 centimeters across.
I've dove on the Juan de Fuca a few times and some hydrothermal vents there. I've never seen that before.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I've never.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's good because yesterday I got to see something I've never seen before. Today you do.
This is Deb. I actually would agree with that. Actually, I don't remember ever really seeing large, boulders of pyrite or chalcopyrite. Normally, it's the kind of thing you see once you've collected a piece of an active sample and cut it open and look inside.
Yeah. Seeing it as kind of as some secondary mineralization in a chimney before, but not a giant block of.
So yeah, it'd be really nice to find a small rock that had both the worms and the coprolids on it. We don't know. Yeah, here we are again. That rock is probably also too big. But if we could get if you can get any closer to look at these worm tubes, see if there's anything sticking out of the ends of them. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so the one that's waving on the left there, you see there's an amphipod on the end. So in fact, I don't think these are worm tubes. I think these are what they call amphipod mud sticks. There are amphipods that build these sticks for whatever reason. I don't know, get above the bottom into faster moving current perhaps. And there's actually two of them. You can see two of them. If you can just focus a little bit in the foreground, it's right in the center. Yep, there, perfect, beautiful. Yeah, so I don't think I've ever seen one this deep. And yeah, go ahead.
Did you want to cut one of the sticks, or is
no, they're way too small. We're talking about sub-centimeter size.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really small. So that's, I mean, we have to find a rock with that on it and put it in the biobox. So if I find a small enough rock, I will advocate for that. What's the green on the rock? These green patches.
Oh, that could be some serpentinization. Yeah, you're talking the green red rock. Kind of on the kind of like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, like here, there. If I were hiking in the mountains, I'd say it's lichen.
Oh, there you go.
I guess I am hiking in the mountains.
Well, you're hiking up.
Hiking in the aerial mountains. Here. Nice. Great view of these amphipods, these coprolids. So on the coprolid we're looking at now, if you look at the rock, you see what looks like a holdfast. Those are its modified legs, and they've got these hook-like dactyls at the end that allow them to hang on. They're just, look up, Google an amphipod, and you're not going to find this one first. And look how different they are. Their morphology, their adaptations for this sort of lifestyle where they hang on to all kinds of stuff. You find them in hydroid mats and algal mats and so on. And the other thing that's really interesting, what's his name? Moytirra, I think it is, in Chile, did a study, and he showed that these amphipods have parental care, at least some of them, these shallow water ones he studied. And so all amphipods brood their embryos, so the eggs will hatch while they're still in the pouch of the female. But this particular species would also look after the offspring for some period of time afterwards, and so when there was danger, collect them all back in her pouch.
Yeah, so Deb and Cindy chimed in, and it could also be some, the green could also just be some copper sulfide deposition. If we think about the main mineral constituents of these black smoke or hydrothermal vent fields these are the talus piles of, we get a lot of reduced inorganic compounds, precipitates out metal sulfide, so iron sulfide, copper sulfide, manganese.
Well, it's certainly a different environment from where we were yesterday.
Yeah.
What's the white on top of this rock that we're passing over? What's that?
Yeah, that little needle at the bottom.
Yeah. Almost looks like it's dripping out of the rock.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. It's like a mini chimney. Oh, that's cool. Is that dripping down or is that bubbling up?
I don't think it's bubbling up.
Deb says, oh, what the heck, stalactites. We're with you, Deb. This is the most colorful geology dive I've ever been on. Sorry, Deb, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe Cindy could chime in. I've never seen anything like this, at an active or at an extinct hydrothermal vent site. that being said, we often didn't have the opportunity to zoom in quite to this extent on inactive sulfides because we were often hunting for the active ones.
Yeah, I don't even know how that would form after the talus has been deposited.
I mean, but doesn't could it be like? I don't know. This is super cool and very weird. I feel like I need to call the geochemist and get them on the line.
Yeah, I mean, precipitating up from the bottom, or I guess if there's fluid flow through the block while it was still. Yeah, I don't know. I'm reaching here.
This is some stunning photography. So, Deb, you just said it. The beauty of the Okeanos Explorer program is that we have these cameras. We have trained videographers who know how to do the lighting and the color balance. And look at what we're seeing. I'm watching the coprolid move along. Cindy asked, could it be serpentization?
Serpentinization, yeah. So alteration of the mineral products from temperature and kind of fluid flow through the rock, and if it was in the rock itself, yeah, I can see that it could be, it could have been some type of alteration or serpentinization within maybe something that was not indurated, so not hardened, something loosely consolidated, and maybe the rock around it broke up and eroded out, and what you're left with is kind of just the more hardened material that formed that serpentinized vein in between. But I'm reaching there. It's something floating in the middle of the air connected to a rock in the seafloor, so I don't know.
Yeah, it sure looks like it sort of drained out of that rock.
Yeah. It actually, yeah, so that's what it looks like to me. It looks like almost, when someone's doing metal casting, right, and you kind of just have some molten metal and you've drained it through.
I've literally never seen anything like this before. It is so cool. Well, at least not on an inactive block of sulfide.
ROV, can we get the lasers on for a second, or are they on? They are on. Okay. Okay, so that's that little stick thing's about 7 or 8 centimeters, maybe.
You mean in height?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you think you could grab that? Do you think that's sampleable?
It's really tucked under.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's unique enough to give it a shot, and if it doesn't work out, no hard feelings. Okay. Yeah. And then, if it's too small for the rock box and you're worried about floating, or if it's not suctionable, we could always see if we can make a trade with the biology.
I suppose.
But you can put something in the rock box, so.
Yeah, a rock.
But a rock with worms.
Okay. If that coprolid's still on it, absolutely. I think we're going to see if the arm can get down in there first. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of tucked in a crevice. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think the real question will be how hard it is.
Yeah. Cindy thinks it might be friable.
Yeah, it might be
easily.
It might be pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they might just be able to poke it,
Let's see.
break it, and slurp it.
It's very interesting, turning a three-dimensional scene into a two-dimensional screen. Sometimes the depth of field is tricky.
Yeah, so Deb said one of her colleagues, geochemist, said it might be malachite. It's another one of these products formed through oxidation of the host rock. It's copper carbonate.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think to me the most interesting thing is not necessarily what it is, but maybe how it formed into that kind of, as Deb said, the stalactite, stalagmite.
Nolan asked earlier, he says, doesn't sulfur have a relatively low melting point? If elemental sulfur got hot enough, it would become plastic like this. Maybe got covered in copper sulfide.
Yeah, what is the melting point of copper?
Oh, look at that. Nice. Oh, beauty. It came off intact like that.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, so the melting point of copper is... Yeah, so the melting point of copper is about 1,000 degrees Celsius. In a lot of these hydrothermal vent fields, they tend to top out in terms of their internal temperature, in the mid to upper 400 degrees. Was they saying sulfur or copper? 235 degrees Fahrenheit for sulfur we have from our scientists on shore.
Deb says this is already the best dive.
Yep. So hydrothermal fluids, they don't get, as far as my understanding, much higher than kind of mid to upper 400 degrees, and that's mainly due to, we think, the thermal buoyancy effect. So the ocean water gets entrained into deep fracture systems around the axial valley if it's volcanically controlled hydrothermal vent fields, or into kind of deep faults if it's tectonically controlled. And as it transits along those faults and it comes in contact with the heat source that's feeding these mid-ocean ridge systems, it heats up and it dissolves associated minerals in the rock, and that's how it becomes rich in these metal species. But then it reaches a point where it gets so hot it has to naturally rise due to thermal buoyancy, and that tends to be around 400 degrees. There's also some questions about how hot theoretically deep ocean brines can get, so water that has high salt concentrations. At these depths and pressures, these pressures and depths in the oceanic crust and temperatures, these hydrothermal fluids, these brines, actually exist as kind of a supercritical fluid.
So what do we want to call this? A rusticle? Corsical?
It's a...
With the rustic cover underneath
copper
now,
sulfate vein.
I think it may have precipitated from below. Like a seat.
Now it looks like a little bugle.
Well, I'm still just kind of awestruck. We're just at the beginning of this Pallas field. We haven't even gotten to the inactive vent systems or active vent systems, and we're stumping folks in terms of what we're seeing. It's pretty amazing.
And that's why we do it.
Okay.
Sure. It's tucked down there, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, yeah.
Let's get a good zoom in on the exposed part, so we can at least see what it looks like at the bottom.
And if we run across any more pieces of talus with that same blue-green coloration on it that we think are sampleable, just keep your eyes out for those, because it'd be nice to grab something that we think has similar mineralogy. Yep.
Oh, I thought it was hollow. I see. It's not.
Now it better not be like a mineral-coated biologic thing.
I don't think it's biologic, but it's clearly a coating, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to be so excited about something that I think is, some very interesting mineralogy, and it ends
Black
up just
coral
being,
skeleton.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that would be an interesting process if it was.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we definitely see that in some of the carbonate skeletons that are subfossilized.
Yeah.
Manganese encrusted.
Thank you, RV. It was a valiant attempt. Here, I'm sure you guys were worried about me grabbing really big rocks. Asking you to grab the smallest thing there.
So do you guys think these are volcanic in nature, like there was an eruption down here?
I think this is all one large, continuous, never-ending eruption. I think the blocks we're looking at right now are not what we think of.
Pilot, we just passed, just off the screen, lower left, what looked like maybe a smaller piece of rock that had some of that green on it. Thank you.
Good eyes. Yeah, unlike the basalts that form all of the oceanic crust that we'll be seeing, these are all products of hydrothermal alteration of those rocks or mineral precipitates that are coming out of these hydrothermal vent fields that form these large chimney structures and then collapse, and then they form rubble. We also might see pieces of the primary volcanics, those pillow basalts that are fragmented and get cemented with some of these hydrothermal precipitants.
Yeah, so the one right on the edge of the
nice.
ledge there. Yep, just right, the ledge is on it now. That's what I saw. 10 centimeters, seems like a pretty good size.
Yeah.
You think that's enough of your... Oh, and it's got amphipods on it.
There you go.
That would be a nice sample.
Yeah.
It's got lichen.
Joanna was asking whether that was a glass sponge in the distance.
I did not notice any glass sponge yet, so I'll have to raise my eyes. Boy, these ones have a much more brown texture, I think, than what I saw before. We're getting all the colors.
Yeah, we had some of these early on. This is more oxidation, maybe more iron-rich.
Okay. Yes, it's a biosample. Thank you.
Yeah, so Deb is also saying, very typical of some of these rubble piles, a lot of iron oxidation. Yeah, so the oceanic salt that...
Sorry, do we want to call this a geology sample with biology associates or a biology sample with geology associates?
I kind of like the idea of a biology sample with geology associates, because how often do we get one of those?
I've actually done them in the past.
Okay.
All right, so it's going to be a B.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I can think of one exception I'll show you later, but I'm good with that. Copy that.
But do you want to put it in one of the bio boxes?
Yeah, we'll put it in a bio box.
Okay.
So this will be 03G. I apologize for cutting you off there.
Oh, no. You're sampling.
Already had 03G.
Very nice.
Plenty of amphipods. Very nice.
Yeah, so
Thank
some
you.
of that copper sulfate or some type of copper-bearing mineral oxidation on the outside, and then the iron oxidation forming the red color.
It's interesting to me how much like a lichen it looks.
Yeah.
You know, it's like flakes on the surface.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once we get it on board too. Although I do not have a hammer, you know, whether it's what actually the rock is, whether it's a giant piece of hydrothermal vent that's been rounded as a cobble, or whether it's actually a piece of basalt that has been coated.
Yep.
Deb says her money's on it being a giant piece of sulfide. Yeah.
The whole rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when she comes aboard for next cruise, I'll make sure she gives it a good smack with a hammer.
Pack your hammer, Deb.
Yeah, so in preparation for this cruise, I was talking to David Clegg, who's at Mbari, well-known marine geologist, and talking to him about his kind of sampling protocols. He has a really well dialed-in framework for geological samplings. And you know, one of the pieces of advice he gave me is you really never need to collect a rock bigger than about 2 fist size when it comes to igneous materials, not necessarily sulfide. So you know, if you see me trying to grab anything over a cantaloupe size, remind me.
Okay.
My eyes are bigger than the manipulator's hands.
Yep. Oh, nice. I see we have Dougal Lindsay joining us in the chat room, and he has a possible ID for those coprolids. Have you seen those large coprolids before? Abyssododecus. Well, that's great. So we got a good sample of those coprolids, and as Cindy had noted earlier, we saw several coprolids on our dive yesterday, which is up at 800 meters. I'd be surprised that they would be the same species, but now we have the samples that we can check that out and look for these sorts of differences. Let's just look at that white thing that's straight ahead. I had a report that there was a possible glass sponge in the area. I haven't seen it. I'm only seeing white precipitate on rock on the other side of this little chute, so top of the screen. Thank you. Yep, by that. Oh, that looks like a rock that's split. Yeah, okay, that's not sponge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not certain what that is, but I don't think it's sponge. I don't think it's bacterial, Matt. That's not geology, is it?
I mean, it could be some type of anhydrite,
okay.
But hard to tell, and I'm not super good at identifying anhydrites.
That's what Deb suggests.
Yeah.
Yes, pilot, we can move on. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Dougal notes there are coprolids everywhere. Indeed, Dougal, these are the dominant fauna so far. Most of the surfaces that we've seen when we look up close have those or mudstick amphipods. Can we get just a brief look at the white on the right side? Looks like a vase, sort of. Just again ensuring that this is not sponge. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yep, definitely not sponge. As I look at this, it looks like these coprolids are miners. They all look like they're sort of chipping away at these rocks.
Yeah, so I'm guessing some hydrothermal leaching of minerals and bleaching of the rock, mixture with some, along with those. Along with iron and manganese and copper, we also have calcium that precipitates out of these hydrothermal fluids, so that forms a calcium sulfate and an anhydrite, which is a lot of times associated with that white-colored mineralization.
Thank you, pilot. We're good to go.
Yeah, so the rock that forms volcanically at these mid-ocean ridge systems is what we call basalt, and that's a very iron, magnesium rich igneous rock. So when we think of rocks that we see on our planet, we break them up into three classifications: igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic. Igneous rocks are rocks that are primarily in place, and they represent the kind of the mantle composition. They haven't gone through any type of alteration that we associate with necessarily with metamorphoses or metamorphic rocks, so they haven't been altered through temperature and pressure. basalt is kind of on the silica pore end, so that within that igneous classification of volcanically erupted rocks, we kind of have four main classifications. There's basalt, which you kind of associate with the Azores, also Hawaii, mid-ocean ridge systems. That's on the silica pore end, and then we have basalt, andesite or dacite, andesite, and then rhyolite. So rhyolite is an explosively eruptive silica-rich lava or rock type. It's intrusive, or it's not erupted but internally cooled product that you might be more familiar with would be a granite. And so these basalts are very iron-rich, and that oxidation of that iron can help give them their red kind of coloration. And then you also have just the iron that's coming out and precipitating from the hydrothermal fluids.
Cindy Van Dover was hypothesizing that perhaps all these caprellid amphipods we're seeing, these skeleton shrimp, may be possibly feeding on microbes, bacteria, and in particular chemoautotrophic bacteria that may be taking advantage of any of the sulfides that are being emitted with the whatever water flow is still remaining from this venting system. And so we can preserve some of those amphipods in a way that a stable isotope analysis could be done to check to see what is it feeding on. Patrick Collins, I think, is pointing out that typically caprellids are filter feeders, so maybe that's not the case, but that's why you would do the analysis. Thanks for your input.
Yeah, so from my understanding, there's really two energetic pathways that are kind of independent of photosynthesis. You have a variety of hyperthermophilic, right? I was going to use that word in a sentence the other day. Hyperthermophilic microorganisms, such as the ones we find on the mid-ocean ridge, and they can support growth and energy production by reducing some of these mineral species. So from iron to reduced iron. And then you also have another one on subaerial hydrothermal systems. And this was a new one for me to learn today. Methogens.
Methanogens.
Yeah, form at the base of the ecosystem by forming methane.
Is that just, can we look, just going off screen to the left? Yeah, there's something tucked under the rock there. It just strikes me as a different color. I thought maybe we'd have a look at that. Your lasers are just to the left of the lasers, a little bit further, and there. Yep. Just want to make sure it wasn't a snail tucked in. Okay, it's just another broken open rock of yet another color. Thank you.
Just another broken.
Sorry.
I think
Don't take that personally.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, pilot. It had the shape of a gastropod, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't some unusual snail. I didn't see that, Roland. I should have looked carefully. I saw the caprellid amphipods again. But one of the things that we'll be looking for are gastropods, peltospirid, limpets. Yeah, peltospirids, which are a family of deep-sea limpets that are specialized at hydrothermal vents. So I don't know the degree to which they get into the outskirts of the vent field. You were just talking about the bacteria and the different specialized type of bacteria. And hydrothermal vents, hopefully we'll see some active ones today. You have this hot water coming out, and with it come these chemicals that have been modified in the seawater because of the interaction with the hot rock subsurface. And so those provide basically an energy source for the bacteria. But that hot water, of course, mixes with the surrounding seawater and so cools. And so that signal, if you will, that availability of the reduced compounds diminishes as you move away from the source of the venting. And so in that sense, all the organisms that are depending on it, we expect are also changing as you move away. So I don't know the degree to which those limpets can survive outside the immediate influence of the vent.
Yeah, and I remember it being at some black smokers on the Juan de Fuca, and the thermal gradient away from the black smokers, it falls off amazingly fast.
I think we see our first swimming cucumber of the dive. Is that right? Is that what I'm seeing in the upper left? Yes, indeed. Can't have an Okeanos expedition without some swimming cucumber video. So this is a holothurian related to Ellen. It's getting photobombed by a scale worm. That's a polychaete worm. And a fish. There we go. So there's biology here at these inactive fields. Anyway, the holothurian is a sea cucumber related to the sea stars and the brittle stars and the sea urchins. And we also seen crinoids, so we've now seen all 5 classes of echinoderms in our first 2 dives. Thank you for that. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more. Yeah, if we can get a zoom on the fish, that'd be good. I'm not sure that that's the same we saw earlier. Let's see. That looks kind of cuskeel to me. Brochelid, is that? Yeah, Mike Vecchione is also saying cuskeel. So this would be different from what we saw earlier. So this is a good observation. Still more coprolids on all the surfaces here. Okay, that is pretty good. I'm satisfied with that. Thank you. Shoot the lasers back on. Thanks. There we go. It's not too big a fish. Maybe 15 centimeters in length. For those of you who are new to our broadcast, those laser dots are used for scaling, and they're 10 centimeters apart. Daphne Cuvelier suggests that the swimming sea cucumber we saw was in the family Elpididae. Yeah, let's see if that's a bacterial mat or more anhydrite or some other geological term that I'm just throwing out that I don't really know what I'm talking about. Oh, it's a pile of pteropod shells. So it must be, something about the downslope transport. They just accumulate here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the general rule is if you don't know what something is mineralogically here, just say the first thing that comes to your mind and then follow it with the word sulfate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then check the chat room and have someone correct you.
You might get a sulfide every now and then.
Okay.
It's good. But in terms of white mineral species here, yeah, it's almost, as far as I'm aware, almost always going to be some type of a calcium sulfate if it is a mineralogically, if it is of a mineral origin, a lithological.
Lithological origin.
Oh, Deb says her colleague, Brian Crystal, who also works on Wanda Fuku vents, is probably not anhydrite because of the temperature. So usually at higher temperatures. So we're back to the drawing board.
And my computer has crashed.
Yeah, so her colleague thinks that if it was a calcium sulfate and anhydrite, it would actually probably dissolve after deposition.
I see. Okay.
If it's set in cold salt seawater.
So it wouldn't be persisting.
Yeah. But I do remember that.
Copy that. Thank you.
I do remember in the, I think in the 2013 paper on the documenting the Celtic Explorer expedition, they did have some anhydrite in the Moytirra vent field. I think that might have been on active chimneys, though. And so that would also be an interesting question. Maybe we should get a sample of that at some point in time if we see something sampleable
down in this area, away from the chimney itself.
Because if it is an anhydrite, that might tell us something about how long these products have been there from a pressure temperature stability standpoint.
And as it appears, we're just hovering here above the bottom. We're having a pilot change, and every time we do a shift change, each of the positions, we have a navigator, a pilot, and a co-pilot will update, give a situation report to their replacement so everybody understands what's the status of the ship, what kind of ship move is there, what's the wind, what's the current condition, how many samples have we taken, and so on. It's actually quite an intense operation here.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea who we have in this, control room right now, we have the two scientists, but then we also have our data science manager, we have a videographer, we have a video engineer, video lead, and then we have an ROV pilot who actually pilots Deep Discover, and then a ROV co-pilot and an ROV navigator. So it is a busy room. And you can see that on stream 3 as, yep. Let's see which camera. And so we're just looking at more of this rubble, and we're kind of just hovering here in holding position while they do this swap out of the ROV pilot crew. You see a lot of these look like fragmented pillow basalts and boulders, the darker angular rubble, and then there's a large, looks like probably sulfide block piece of rubble or talus. That's that kind of yellowish muddled brown block, almost centered to the right, and then some iron oxidized or oxide covered pillow basalt fragments. Those are the kind of darker red. You'll see the shimmer of gold every now and then, and if you're with us in the beginning, we saw a giant block that was full of pyrite or chalcopyrite mineralization, so an iron sulfide likely, and that's that pyrite, that fool's gold, that gives that golden shimmer. And so if you're just joining us, we're at the Moytirra vent field, hydrothermal vent field, on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We're on the eastern side of the central axial valley, the kind of the center of volcanism within the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, about 1.5 kilometers east of that. We're heading up this talus slope. The talus is rubble that's fallen from upslope, and it's largely. Hello, ROV. This talus is fallen from upslope, and it's mainly made up of fragmented pillow basalts and then portions of remnant chimneys. And we're going to be hoping to find some still intact but likely inactive hydrothermal vent chimneys, and do a survey of the biological communities that are inhabiting those, and then hopefully transition on to some of the active vent fields that are just a few hundred meters away. Those were active as recently as 2019, I think, was the last time they were visited.
That's the papers that I've seen. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and so this is a really unique site, just in terms of how rare these hydrothermal vent fields are within the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a slow-spreading ridge, and so it's not volcanically as active as some of the faster-spreading mid-ocean ridges that we have in the Pacific. Because of that, these high-temperature hydrothermal vent fields that we're seeing kind of remnants of in the video right now might be fairly rare. You might see them only, one or two of them every 50 to 100 kilometers. So between us and the Azores, 500 kilometers to the south, there might only be a dozen or a half dozen of these.
Not sure if that's a fish, but whatever the white slender thing in the upper center is, we'd like to have a look when you get there.
Yeah, so earlier we were seeing these white coverings on some of the rocks, and we weren't sure what they are, whether they were actual mineralogical precipitate whether they were a bacterial mat. We don't think they're a bacterial mat. We originally thought they might be some type of anhydrite, maybe a calcium sulfate, but we don't think that's actually stable at this pressure and temperature conditions. It might actually likely dissolve in the cold water. They do form on some of the active vents at higher temperatures, but our shipboards, or our shoreside scientist, Deb Glickson, is talking to her colleagues, and one of her colleagues said it could actually be barite, so a barium sulfate.
All right, I'm going through my list here of the different eel-like fish. I don't think this is a halosaur. I don't actually see any dorsal fin on here, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. Unless it's really small, I suppose it could be a halosaur.
Ooh.
Notocanthid, Mike Vecchione is saying. Thank you.
Now, what were the ones we saw yesterday, the ones that were swimming vertically?
Yeah, those were the really small ones. Wasn't the ribbon fish.
Was it a ribbon fish?
No, I think the ribbon fish was that large one.
Okay.
I thought was the oarfish at first.
Yeah.
It was called the deal fish, but it was in the group of ribbon fish. Snub-nosed, smiley-faced, spiny eel was the one we saw yesterday. I got just a tremendous report this morning from Ken Sulak, who is a USGS colleague of yours, now retired, who's a fish specialist, deep-sea fish specialist. And he went through the entire dive and identified every fish that we saw. So go ahead and ask me something about them.
Oh, there you go.
I can tell you here, but only thanks to Ken. So really appreciate that input. It's marvelous.
ROV, what's your status right now? Okay. When you have capacity, I think I might want to grab one of these really white covered rocks. We're looking to see something that had that nice stark white color kind of overlaid over something else. Just something to keep your eye out for when you have maneuver.
Right there.
Yeah, maybe something a little larger than that. Yep. Just want to make sure you have room to maneuver. Yeah, so as we come up the slope of this talus field, I think it eventually will come to a little bit of an escarpment, and that's where we should start to see the active fields. Oh, looks like a big piece of intrusive rock that's fallen down.
It's sparkling.
Yeah, so that's that iron sulfide mineralization in it. No, but I think once you have room to maneuver, maybe there's a nice white rock in there somewhere.
About right there.
Yeah, how about that? To the top of that large boulder, there's that white rock to the right of that reddish angular one. Yep. And so, this might be interesting in terms of figuring out what that white mineralization is, and looking at the stability of it. If it's something that's stable only at the high temperatures associated with the hydrothermal vents, then maybe we can, back out how old this talus pile is, or this piece of the talus pile.
Looks like we see that another notocanthid up the slope. Excuse me.
Yeah, and so our onshore hydrothermal geologist, Deb Glickson, is wondering maybe that the reasons we see so much pyrite and chalcopyrite, which is an iron-copper sulfide mineral, is because it's just more resistant to weathering, so it kind of dominates this talus field. Other minerals have been weathered out.
Oh, I see. The notocanthidae was the spiny eel we saw yesterday. This is a cusk eel up here. Thank you for the correction, Mike.
Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah.
What do you want to call it? White rock or?
Call it unidentified anhydrite.
Going into port, I think.
then I'll collect one more here, so I might do two. Yeah. Okay. Yep. If it doesn't work. Okay. Thank you. If that one's too small, I've got a larger alternative too. Nice. Yep. Deb is asking what the heck is it, and I think what's confusing is also confusing to me is kind of that ground mass texture of the rock. It almost looks like a conglomeration of a bunch of little stony mineral pieces. It's interesting to see whether it actually mineralized like that or whether it's actual cemented piece of something else. Thank you, ROV. I think I'm going to grab one more in this immediate area, and it's that green one that's just to the right of the port side rock box that has that little kind of white upside down L on it. Yep. perfect. No, we can do the same box for that one. They're different enough for. Things are always smaller than they appear. CU/FB covering with EA/CA mat. Yep. Yeah, so the one with the little smear on it, the brown-white smear. And so if you're watching, we're collecting the second of two pieces of talus, of rubble, that have fallen down from this hydrothermal vent field. The first one was a very odd-looking rock. It actually looked like a conglomeration of kind of white cobbles almost. It's unclear whether that was actually a conglomeration of materials that had precipitated together or were actually mineralized like that. The second one we're collecting is a piece of sulfide talus, likely with some iron or copper mineralization on the outside, some iron oxidation, which is the red, and then some calcium or barium precipitate on the outside, that white streak. And so one of the reasons we're collecting this is to actually identify that white mineralization and see what it is. Calcium sulfate does precipitate out of these hydrothermal vent fields, but it seems to be, from my understanding and talking to our shore-based scientists, really only stable at the higher temperatures. At these colder temperatures, it would probably actually dissolve. So it'd be interesting to see what this is, whether this is calcium or barium mineral. And typically, as a geologist, you want to collect rocks, what we call in situ, that you have grabbed directly from the site that they originated. And so we don't collect talus too much, but these pieces of talus are just so interesting, and actually the fact that they're talus and have these minerals on them might tell us part of that story of how long have they been here, or are they stable, are these mineral phases stable away from these hydrothermal vents. And so if you were with us yesterday on that escarpment that was covered in the coral skeletons, we didn't actually see too many rock outcrops. We saw some occasional pillow basalts, but we were mainly covered with biology. I think now we kind of have the opposite. We don't see too much biology with the naked eye, although we do see some occasionally. But the geological story is absolutely fascinating. Thank you, pilot. And so on the beginning of this dive, we saw these weird, almost stick-like features coming out of some of the heavily altered rock, almost like two-worm casts or something. We're still keeping an eye out for those because I don't think we've identified them. It's funny, in the chat, our shore scientist, Seb Glickson, who's the geology lead on the next cruise, was saying that was the type of rock she would normally stay far away from because of the weathering, especially on a hydrothermal vent. But she said it's going to be interesting from an assessment side of sulfides. And I 100% agree. And that was the exact type of rock I told people I would not collect because of how weathered and altered it is and not in situ. But I'm really curious on that. Barium or calcium sulfate question, and I think collecting something away from the vent might help us address that. So I have an excuse. I'll need one, because if I come to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and all I collect is a piece of non-in situ talus, I'm never going to hear the end of it. And so we're continuing up this talus slope. Oh, that's a big piece of rubble. And so we're continuing up this rubble field, this talus slope that's made of talus, both from collapsing hydrothermal chimneys at the top of it, but these hydrothermal chimneys are also located on the seam of a fault that forms the eastern edge of the axial valley floor, and so there's presumably some type of fluid pathway, and so given the tectonic structure of it, we're going to see we're going to see rubble and talus not only from the hydrothermal vents, but also from shearing of that fault system. So we're also going to see pillow basalts, but they're going to be heavily weathered and altered, so you might see a lot of what you would expect to see black basalts, but they're going to be covered in this iron oxide coating. And so with everything going on and all the excitement, I had forgotten to click the collect button on our sample data logger for that second sample. Luckily, we took it at the first sample location for the other rock, so we have that metadata. But it just goes to remind you of how many things there are going on, and the information overload that you can find overwhelming, especially when there's so much exciting geology and biology going on. Oh, and Cindy Vandover is saying that there is a pod stick rock on the left. Do you see that angular square boulder? Yep, with all the sticks sticking out. Yeah. And so what we're looking for is, you know, those are pretty hard and pretty well consolidated. I don't think you're going to be able to break anything off, but we're looking at something like that you can actually grab the entirety of. Yes, please. And I'm going to hand it over to Scott.
It's interesting that these little sticks have only been on the larger rocks. I haven't yet seen them in a smaller rock. There's a little, it might have been a little cup coral there, just retracted. But you can see these are actually, now these that we're looking at, I'm not convinced these are mud sticks by amphipods. These might actually be foraminifera. These might be arborescent forams. And I wonder if we have any better expertise than me on shore that might chime in there. Foraminifera are single-celled organisms. Think about an amoeba, and there are many species that put together what's called a test, something like a shell, and they can use foreign items in the environment, sand grains, other discarded shells of phytoplankton, and so on. So there are arborescent forms, that is, forms that grow kind of like a tube and that branch kind of like a tree. So that might be what we're looking at here. Okay, that's good, Pilot. These aren't the actual mud sticks that we're looking for. They're pretty good size, though, and they're really coating the rock. And they looks like they're mostly on this downslope face, which is also kind of interesting. They're not on the upper surface, and at least from this angle, I don't see them on the upslope face of the rock. So our depth is 3,008 meters, so I believe we're still probably 20 meters or so below where the main vent chimneys are. I'm just going to check that out in one of these publications I have here. Yeah, they were at about 2,960 meters, so we're still about 70 meters below that level. We're climbing this talus slope. So lots of opportunity for us to look here at the biology that's colonizing these sulfides from this once active vent. And one of the things that's interesting is, you know, yesterday we saw quite a lot of sea fan coral and sponges, and the substrate here just isn't stable enough. You can see that there are basically piles of rubble, what's called talus, that will be tumbling down the slope, and so not a good place to attach yourself and start to grow on a decadal scale. So that's probably why we're not seeing a lot of the larger suspension feeders. Most of the stuff is fairly mobile and small. Maybe a look at one of these rocks, and just coming into the center of the screen now. And as we zoom in, if we could have the lasers on again, just for scale, I think these stick-like things are pretty small. Yeah, that taller one on the right. Roland, is that what you were saying? Okay. Got it. We'll go there next. Yeah, let's just look. Sorry, Pilot, I think we're confusing you. I was talking about what's on the bottom of the screen, but what's right ahead is fine, right in the center. Looks like this one's yeah, it looks like it's wearing a wig from this angle. And I see what you mean, Roland. I wonder if that's another one of these pipes that just hasn't been coated in a copper yet. Deb says this bright red, this Deb Glickson, excuse me, this bright red sediment that we're seeing is what she thinks of as hydrothermal sediment. So when you say hydrothermal sediment, she's picturing this color in her mind. Huh, I wonder what that spiky thing is in the center. Let's go towards that now, upper right. There's several of them on this rock, so that's interesting. What do you know? They're octocorals. Wow, so this is the first cnidarian I think we've seen today, and it's an octocoral, so this could be Cornularidae, that family. Basically, they have kind of like what's called a perisarc or a chitinous sheet. Oh, there's also, oh, that's a scale worm that's tucked down there on the lower left. We've seen several of these worms swimming in the water column. That's what that is. And then we're seeing more of the stuff that I suggested might be arborescent foram. I'm not sure. Let's just continue to do this really nice close focus of the rock and do what you're doing. Let's pan over it to the right here and above. So this is really good, so we can get an idea of this microscale community. See several more of these octocorals. So yeah, I can't tell right now if those are polyps that are arising from a single thick base, kind of like an anthomastus type, or if it's more of the ribbon type, which would be the cornularid. And another, right in the center is another caprellid shrimp. You can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 pairs of back legs there clutching the rock. That's a kind of a cool view. Let's tilt up if we can, please. Yeah, there's some interest on shore and from the seat here in these octocorals, we need to find them, I think, on a rock. I mean, I suppose we could try to use the slurp to see if we could scrape the surface here. But let's continue just to look over the surface here for a little bit, see what else we have. Oh, so there, just the lower left right now, beside that shrimp that's going up and down, just below it, there's a little white tree-like structure. That is almost assuredly an arborescent foram. And Cindy was noting earlier when I said that, suggested these other things were that she didn't know them to be flexible, and I would agree generally. And you see this one looks much more rigid. So I'm pretty sure that that's an arborescent foraminifera. It's really kind of cool if you think about it. It's a single cell is able to do that construction. Okay, thank you. Let's pan up some more, see what is at the top of this rock. So kind of more of the same. And as we pull out, are the lasers still on? If they're not, yeah, let's put them back on just so I can get a sense of the scale of, okay. This is really small because the lasers are out of screen. Yeah, so that whole feature is maybe, that rock face is what, about 30 centimeters across. So those corals, and that's really small. I'm not sure that that would be profitable to try to slurp and scrape. We'll probably just damage them all. So we would need to find them on a smaller rock. So let's see if we can find a small rock that's fuzzy. Thank you. Yeah, that was really nice. Thanks. That was great. There's certainly a lot of fuzziness up here. And, you know, these rocks are more in place, right? They don't seem to be tumbling like that, all that other talus, which gives more time for this sessile stuff to develop on the surface. Cindy, earlier when we saw a rock like this with these tubes, and we tried to knock it with the manipulator arm, it certainly didn't break up very easily. But I hear you. You know, if we could break it and slurp it, we would. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we go, pardon me, Roland pointed this out before. Just going off the bottom, just right of center, you see there's something that looked like an orange pipe. And that might be a similar feature to what we saw earlier that was green, but hasn't precipitated. So let's get a close look at that. The last one, if that's what it is, if it's a standalone pipe, then there was a lot of interest in collecting it. I'm not sure. This might actually be the face of the rock, but let's have a look. And Ashton's gone to lunch, so geologist unsure. I could really use your help here. Yeah, it looks like maybe there's a series of them, right? It looks like they're dripping in a line right here. Oh, this is great.
That's what I was trying to get you guys to see.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Roland. Yep, it's fantastic. So I'll bet this is
Deb. So
hey, Deb, great. Yeah, go for it.
Are we looking at what we think we were looking at right at the beginning of the dive, that were the sort of greenish blue crusted, what we will call stalactites or stalagmites for lack of a better word?
Exactly. And you can clearly see that these ones are dripping from the rock. I mean, look at the smaller ones to the left of the main one. It's almost like frozen liquid. They've hit the rock, and then they're tumbling down the rock. That's beautiful. So it's just that these ones haven't been coated in the copper, I guess, or whatever that green was.
But it does seem like that these are not mineralized biology, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is not biology. No.
Good. The geologists are happy all of a sudden. is really fascinating, and I do not know what it is. I feel like I'm going to be sending a bunch of emails tonight trying to talk to some of the other, talk to the geochemists and see what this might be.
Sure. So that one we saw earlier, Deb, really came loose from the rock very easily. So I'm going to suggest we do the same thing here, see if we can knock the bigger one and a couple of these smaller straw ones, and then see if we can scoop them up. We're certainly in a better position. They're not tucked away behind some other rocks, so we'll check with the pilots and see what they think.
That sounds fantastic.
The big and one or two of the small ones. And if we could just, I'm not sure that we got a full look at the small ones from top to bottom where they're sort of flowing over the rock before we collect it. Mike Vecchione says this reminds him of rusticles on the Titanic. Yeah, they're kind of tucked up under there, so it's hard to see the origin. But it looks like, you know, that, yeah, there we go. So that straw, look just to the right of it, it looks like another one is just starting. But it really does seem to be dripping down. All right, that's good, pilot. Looks like here we have these two that kind of merge back together at the base. And even on the right side of the thick one, it looks like a smaller one has started to sprout from it. Yeah, very cool. All right, so that's great. So pilot earlier, yeah, the one that we saw that was green really came apart from the rock quite easily. It was almost soft. You know, insofar as we know anything about it, because we've only known about them for 3 hours. Oh, good, Ashton's back. Look what we found, Ashton.
You know, I just tried to have lunch.
Yeah.
I didn't even have a chance to have the pudding.
Yeah.
And I get told that you're up here trying to sample more stalactites.
If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding.
You can't have any pudding if you don't take the meat.
Exactly.
And you don't think that those are biologic?
I do not think those are biologic. And nobody on shore has suggested that as well. Just rusticles. Mike Vecchione says rusticles on the Titanic are supposedly caused by microbial action on iron steel. So if we do have microbial action on this rock, then I suppose they are biological or biogeo in origin.
But I can probably say with
I
certain...
think this would be biobugs. We put this in a bio box. Those straws are probably pretty small, and they might go through the holes in the rock box.
Yeah, agreed.
So, Deb, do you want to get on the air and say something about what this article is talking about?
Recognizing I know nothing about microbial anything, so I think it would be great if a biologist would jump in. But I did find a really interesting article from a NOAA ocean exploration cruise, the Titanic, in 2003, that talks about rusticles and the microbial action that causes them. So I think Mike Vecchione might be right about this, and therefore it is a biology thing, and I'm passing it back to one of you.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, so what I can say is that bacteria are very well known for being extremely diverse in their physiology, and there's probably a bacterium out there for everything. And so there are some really well-known ones that consume different species of iron or modify different species of iron. I don't know anything about the ones that help precipitate or form these rusticles, but it doesn't surprise me at all. So the first thing we're going to do is see are they as not necessarily soft, but can they be broken from this rock? And then we'll go from there. You think you could slurp those, the stuff that just broke up? Yes, if you could. Yeah, that's coming apart really easily. Look at that. This is crumbling. So I wonder if the last one that had to precipitate on the outside was preserving the structure of it. You know, that's what you had said, right?
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah. So is this worth sucking up so we can have a look at it? What do folks think on shore? Is it worth suctioning up the particles here? For example, if this was microbial in origin, would the microbes still be associated with these structures?
Yeah, Deb thinks so.
What the heck?
Yeah.
You broke it, you bought it.
I'm going to go grab our sample data manager.
Okay. Yes, confirmed. Oh no, I've lost the pink bin. Got it. Thank you, Roland. Try on that one. This is what happened last week, or 2 days ago. Oh, suddenly got a red dust storm in the canister. There's definitely chunks in there.
Yeah, so I think this will be a really interesting sample, just not only because of what it is, whether it's microbial or purely mineralogical, but also just because of how we found it, the structure that it formed.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's good corollary data with the video.
Yeah, I got to push the button. Thanks. Thank you.
And so if you're just joining us, we're on the Moytirra hydrothermal vent field on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We're about 500 kilometers north of the Azores Islands, north of the northwestern island of Corvo. We're on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We're in the Axial Valley. The Axial Valley is the center of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. It's the mid-ocean ridge system. Where new oceanic crust is formed through extrusive volcanism. So lava that erupts on the seafloor and pushes apart the oceanic crust and forms new oceanic crust in the process. This valley is about 6 to 7 kilometers wide. In the center of it is a volcanic ridge, which is an elongate volcano. we're on the eastern side of that elongate volcano in a little valley before the larger valley structure slopes upward. We're on a talus slope that's formed by rubble of collapsed hydrothermal vents and chimneys and black smokers, as well as some oceanic basalt that's been erupted previously. We're going to start heading upslope in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we're going to hopefully see some of these intact, inactive vents that are collapsing and forming a lot of this rubble. And then a little bit past those, we'll likely see active hydrothermal vents and black smokers. The last time they were visited was in 2019. We just collected what we've been calling a rustical, a red elongate iron oxide column, let's say, about 10 centimeters long. It was very friable. It kind of collapsed when we tried to sample it. We actually slurped it up with the slurp gun, and it's now in one of our bio boxes. We're unsure whether it was just precipitating out of the ocean water or whether it was formed through some type of microbial activity. And so we collected the sample, and we'll see how it was made. We're doing an ROV pilot changeover. So our 3 ROV pilots, our ROV pilot, co-pilot, and ROV navigator, sit for set periods of time. You can imagine it's a very nerve-wracking and tiring procedure to be driving the ROV, especially when they're sampling. They're using these really sophisticated 3-dimensional joysticks to operate the manipulator arms. Once they get sit, maybe we'll do another round of introductions to the team.
We're sitting at about 3,000 meters depth. Right now, the view you're seeing, the vehicle is about 3 meters above the bottom. And we still have about 40 meters to go upslope to reach the concentration of chimneys, the active chimneys, and the largest of the known extinct chimneys. So more excitement ahead, folks. Yeah, so between the toes, I think it's hidden under the starboard side right now. There's a rock face that had fuzziness to it, a bunch of worm tubes and so on. And one of the scientists on shore thought perhaps it was a small enough rock that we could pick it up. We've been looking all over for a small enough feature. I'm just not certain it's a larger rock that's buried. It's on the right of the view you're looking at right now, maybe hidden under that starboard toe. Yeah. Yeah, so the question is, what we're looking at here, there might be a whole lot of stuff that's just buried, and we're seeing little bits of outcrop. I think the one actually she saw was closer to where we're doing the collection. I can see what would look like blue-gray sediment, and in front of it there were 2 rocks. Yeah, so just coming in the top center now. Correct, yep. Yeah, so we should get a close look, but I think either of those 2 would be fuzzy, and if either of the 2 is small, okay, I'm not convinced they are, but let's check it out.
Yeah, so did our onshore scientists have any more information while I was gone about whether they think that's remnants from when it was in place originally, or whether it's colonized there?
You mean this stuff?
Yeah. The hairy roots.
Oh, no. Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm seeing three surfaces facing me, and there's one on the right, looks kind of flat above the. I don't know how to describe it. There's a flattish-looking rock that's to the southeast of the gray-blue pit that we left when we suctioned. Yeah. Yep. I kind of think it's a bit just outcropping and it's buried, but the question is that loose? Oh yeah, I think Elizabeth is also indicating a little bit downslope. There's a smaller one, so we can check that out too. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we zoom in on it first just to verify it has what we want? Thank you. My apologies. The partial might tell me if you're asking me. I'm not sure who you're asking. Yep. Well, it's got the corals on it, so that right away. I see some sticks on the top. Yeah, let's check it out. Thank you. Oh, yeah. So just to make your job a little harder, what we're trying to preserve is the stuff that's on the exposed black face facing us. So thank you. Much appreciated.
That's a bio box.
Yeah, for sure.
Whoop.
Wow. That's the, wow. Okay. Huh. That's very interesting.
Yeah, that does not seem like the same type of rock that it was on previously.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much all precipitate.
So, let's see. So can we zoom in now just to see what's remaining there? I'm just wondering if we can suction something up. Yeah, well, it's us too. What we were playing with before was quite hard. Huh. So, you see what's just going off the screen just to the right there. I'm not sure if that's a broken piece, and I'm seeing there's two white dots on the front connected to one another, a little white ribbon. That's partly what I'm looking for, but I don't know if that's small enough to suction up. Yeah, that is what that is. What do you think? What do you think of the size? You think that can be suctioned, or is that too big a piece? Yeah. So what if we pull out the suction sampler, try to suction that piece, and then just scrape it along this fuzziness on the slope in front of it? Okay. Thank you. Number 7.
Our fearless leader has just walked into the room. Derek Sowers, our NOAA expedition coordinator from NOAA Ocean Exploration.
He may be fearless, but he induces fear when he stands behind you.
He does, but it's his hard work that makes this expedition come together. Each one of these expeditions is put together by a team of people through NOAA Ocean Exploration, and their partnership with GFOE, Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And their GFOE is what makes both the ROV operations and the wonderful videography that we have possible, and
all the databasing.
And the databasing, the metadata, and our wonderful federal employees like Derek Sowers through NOAA Office Exploration. They come out here with their mapping team, and they're responsible for the hydrography and providing the wonderful background multibeam bathymetry that we use to plan our dives, and then also coordinating all the various moving pieces of these expeditions. I do not envy them in terms of their responsibility. And so we were trying to do a rock sample with these, what would you call them, Scott? The little worms?
There's worms, amphipod mud sticks, and there's a ribbon-like coral.
A trifecta.
Oh, no.
Oh. And so it looks like there's a tear in the ROV slurp hose. We were going to try and slurp up this sample.
It's okay.
And so it's it's sometimes easy to forget with the wonderful video that we have and the clarity of it, how kind of non-threatening the environment looks. But it's important to remember that we're at 3,000 meters below sea level, under an immense amount of pressure, at freezing cold temperatures at the bottom of the ocean, and so it's really a hostile environment through all sense. And so the equipment that the ROV team uses really just goes through a brutal workday each day.
Yeah.
And so sometimes instrumental failures like this, they're bound to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting to think when we're tuned in and watching this on the screen, we're not appreciating all the work that's going on after the vehicles are covered and before it's deployed in the morning. It's long days. The ROV team is up at 5:30 consulting with mapping to get the waypoints that we're visiting input into the navigation system, and then they go through a whole process of setting up the vehicle on deck before anything is ever launched, go through a whole bunch of checks. It's a long day.
Yeah, and just for comparison, at 3,000 meters, you're about 300 times atmospheric pressure. So imagine trying to vacuum the floor on your house if you weighed 300 times more.
I might after this cruise.
Yeah, well, they do feed us well.
Yep.
Although, I will say, I have to remind you, I did miss my pudding with lunch.
Sure, they'll put some aside for you.
And so the ROV team is just going to secure that nozzle of that hose into our starboard side or rock box where we put our rock samples.
Yeah, we don't want that floating into our view every few minutes.
Yeah, we also don't want to lose it. We can put a big giant rock on it eventually to hold it down. And so now they're going to purposefully just cut that little bit of hose to make sure that we don't get any tangles. That'll keep that nozzle secure in the rock box. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, thank you for your efforts.
Yep, sometimes we have these days at the office.
And if yeah, if we run out of room, we can always put it in a biological box.
It's very colorful rocks you have.
Mm-hmm. And so again, we are 500 kilometers north of the Azores on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge at 3,000 meters below sea level, and it is currently 1500 UTC on Thursday, July 21st. Scott, you didn't want to put a sample description in for ROV nozzle?
You had me confused there for a while.
If we log it, we're sending it to the University of Oregon.
Right.
Oregon State.
Copy that. Yeah, well, Stuff happens. Just for informational sake, I'm not sure I want to try it here, but do we have the scoop with us?
And so the scoop they're referring to is sometimes we also carry a small, essentially shovel that we can use to scoop sediments up and into one of the bio boxes.
I apologize. Sorry, was that Copilot? Did you say no scoop? Is that what I heard? Copy that. Thank you. All right, great. I think we're ready to move on. Let's see these towers. Yeah, I mean, we want to head that way, but the major objective of this dive was actually to look at the non-active sites, so I don't want to go too fast, but you are absolutely right. We all want to see those active things before we leave bottom, so keep us going. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if you can just build in some small pan and traverse and keep an eye on the blue view just in case we do see any tower features.
Yeah, I think so. Have you explore, then we'll call it in.
Copy that.
And the bearing of that last ship move, 100.
I think, Ashton, you were at lunch before. Deb said when she sees this orange sediment, it speaks to her as hydrothermal sediment. That's what she dreams of, I guess.
That very muted red-brown color of the hydrothermal precipitant settling down, oxidizing.
What's the difference here between that, flattened sediment-covered slope and then clearly this is
soft on
eroded away or failed? Or
Maybe it's a more recent failure surface.
Yeah.
It definitely has undergone some type of post. If you think that hydrothermal sediment blanketed pretty much everything maybe in this area kind of uniformly, it's undergone some post-depositional change. So yeah, maybe rock slides. It's a talus pile, so it's actively failing upslope of it.
These are really small.
Yeah, they are.
Cobble size, or
I forget the exact. I think cobble size is up to 10, 15
We haven't got a
centimeters.
serious USB update in a while.
See that?
We might start, maybe stop tracking.
Pilot, can we just get a quick
tracking.
zoom on the bottom just to confirm that most of the white that we're seeing are these pteropod shells?
Yeah, roger that.
Thank you.
Setting auto depth standby video. All right, we can go for a zoom.
Yeah, so to get into minutia, a cobble is technically classified as any rock fragment having a diameter between 64 and 256 millimeters.
64 and
They're always powered.
256
battery or
millimeters.
millimeters, so
The
25
relay,
centimeters.
yeah.
But that's a pretty big cycle. I think you collected a
Yeah, it's
cobble
been there a long
earlier
time, I
today,
think,
then.
so we should probably do it. Just hit stop tracking and then wait
So
for a
they're
while
not
and then hit start.
clearly,
You
no.
can hit
These
clear
are
on that little
non-pteropod
thing
shells
too.
here.
So
This might be the broken up anhydrite or
Tracking
barite.
Barite,
Yeah.
Oh, whatever, right? I caught that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trademark. There's one pteropod shell on the far right, so that's the pelagic biotic shell. All right, great, thank you.
All right, come on out video.
If you want to move towards the center of Sirius view, then I call move in.
Yeah, roger that.
Did you start yet?
I was just clearing up some track lines.
Okay.
So I can get a better picture if we get
it back.
Starting now.
Okay. T2 came right back, okay.
Look like it.
That's good.
Yeah, there's the sled.
You got one for sled?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right, so we want another 20 meters here?
In just a minute, yeah.
Tara Luke's passing on some information from a colleague, Rocky Sievers, who says about what that rock that we tried to prick up that just crumbled. The reason why it's so crumbly is because it is clearly a sulfide-based mound. I can clearly see what appears to be pyrite sparkles and probably massive hematite, magnetite being the
maybe we do 20 meters.
Copy. 100.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Cool.
Bridge RV nav.
Yeah, it was interesting to me.
Hey, Bridge, I'd like to request a ship move, please.
It definitely seemed to be on a different
20
substrate than the
meters,
first one we saw,
bearing
which was
100 degrees,
really hard.
speed
Really
0
hard,
decimal
yeah.
2 knots.
But that was more of a reddish-brown iron sort of color, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but it was, I mean, we never really
That's
were
good
able to
copy,
break
thank
off
you,
a
Bridge.
piece, so it was hard to tell whether it was just kind of consolidated precipitant that had been indurated or whether it was actually a rock with a manganese coating or with an iron oxide coating.
Got it. Again, we see a fuzzy rocker passing over here, and it's the downslope side of the rock that has that biota on it.
Yeah, we're still not getting tracking on the sled, Levi.
Okay.
I wonder if that's a reflection of the currents being pushed up slope.
I think the next thing to do is either let it sit for a while.
Off, you mean?
Maybe. No, I just let it keep trying.
Yeah.
Or run a wake up again.
I can stop it and do a wake up.
Yeah. It seemed like we got D2 right back. So
Yeah.
I think it's worth doing a wake up on address too.
Copy, standby.
Just another good angle of
Stop.
you know,
Could
the
be like a
difference
bunch of
about where it
bubbles
sort of
that are
collapsed
messing
and
with it.
failed,
You know what I mean?
where
Yeah.
it hasn't.
Yeah, where you still have that
This little
pervasive draping.
jellyfish here is sort of wafting through. Nice.
Go for a partial zoom on that video if you like.
That's great.
Still
Relatively long tentacles,
Copy that.
given the
Oh.
shape of the bell.
Jellyfish
I
are
would
my
have
favorite.
thought initially that it was a hydromedusa, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe, yeah. I guess it could be. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's fantastic. Beautiful focus. Outstanding. Oh, I hope Dougal and Allen are still on the line.
Copy that.
You can see that dark structure that hanging
Copy
down
that.
in the center. It's called the manubrium, and the mouth is on the bottom of that tube. And those lighter orange dots that you see, those are gonads. They arise from the floor, basically, of the stomach, of the gastrovascular cavity. And they're very diagnostic. And then the lines that you see that are running
just a tad, thanks.
from the top center around the side, those are called radial canals, and it's basically extensions of the stomach that distribute the food to all parts of the bell. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Crosota, Alan Collins, who's at the Smithsonian Institution and
Copy
does a
that.
lot of work with
Try to read it.
hydrozoans and hydromedusa,
Z-bias is still giving me a little
expert.
trouble. Stand by.
and he suggests
Yeah.
it's the genus
think you're not
Crosota.
hooked.
That's Fantastic. That's going to be such great video. Thank you.
Pretty tight.
And if you thought that was really cool, you can do that all day long tomorrow, because we're planning a midwater dive, and we'll be looking at all of these gelatinous creatures and crustaceans, and who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and find some midwater cephalopods. Oh, good, it's cooperating. We can get another view here.
You're right at the end of it, but fine. I should start moving 6 minutes after.
Alan, can you tell me something in the chat maybe about what family this is, maybe, or anything about how we would recognize it? I mean, certainly it's got an awful lot of tentacles. That's great. We can see the underside. You can see there's that little velar margin to the ring of the bell. They called it the umbrella, and then the sub-umbrella is the space underneath that. But there's this little sort of transparent sheet hanging down below it. And what that does is make the underside, when it contracts, a little bit smaller in diameter, so when the whole bell squeezes, it forces the water out of a smaller hole, and you get jet propulsion that way, so it can move faster for its size. Whew. That's some sweet video.
And so that little green shimmering that you see on the underside, that's from the reflection of the light?
Yeah.
Thank you, video.
Yeah. Yeah, it may be there's some bioluminescence in this group. I'm not sure, but I think that's just reflection we're seeing.
Yeah, I got a little dust there.
Lots of call-outs from shore about how magnificent that video was. It's as you might imagine, as hard as it is for us to do any work down here on the sea floor, we've already seen some of the mishaps, and every opportunity is precious. It's almost more difficult in the water column because the vastness of the volume and the space, and to find these organisms, and they're so fragile to be able to collect them is really difficult as well. So when we can get video like that,
still no joy in the sled tracking.
Copy. We're leaving Sirius behind.
The family Ropallinematidae.
Less tracking Sirius. I wonder if it's the bubbles.
I assume that name, Ropallium, refers to my understanding of cnidarian biology, the sensory structures that you find aligned around the margin of the bell of jellyfish.
Ropallium. Now I would have, and I'm being serious here, my first mind actually went to Rapunzel in the etymology of that name, and the kind of the long, dangly.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, the spelling is R-H-O.
Oh, well, then I'm completely wrong.
See, you weren't looking at the chat. Is that maybe a fish on the top upper left, just out of screen? Might be one of these spiny eels again.
Now, when we were planning this dive, we were originally shooting to hit kind of, at first place, these inactive vent fields. And I think we were probably a little off target. It's hard to kind of geolocate the positions of those, because we basically digitize it off of a manuscript and then plan off of there. And so you can imagine, only sometimes having the ability to transect over the length of one of these dives, 500-600 meters. If you're 100 meters off in your guess of where those vents are, then that makes it kind of inoperable.
Copy that. Yeah.
So it looks like we actually kind of ended up on the base of the Talus slope field, probably just to the east of the inactive vents we were looking for originally. And so we're going to slowly make our way up this Talus slope field to the summit, where we'll be on the top of this little ridge and an escarpment, a little fault surface on our eastern side, and the active hydrothermal vent field.
So I think this is what Mike suggested before, was the deep sea spiny eel, family Notacanthidae. And we'll see if he agrees. This is really good footage, better than we had before. Nice.
Good focus. Thanks, video.
Yeah, really can clearly see the muscle bundles aligned along the length of the body. That's exactly what it did last time. A little close, and then it has this really quick escape response. So indeed, family Notacanthidae, deep sea spiny eel.
fish.
I'm reading some information on the family. I don't know that species
I saw a serious ping.
specifically, but they feed
Yeah.
on benthic
I see
animals
one.
like polychaetes in a head-down position, and that's how we've
Just let
seen
it-
it
I think we'll just let it
first
run then.
both times.
Come
They've
in
been
on this fish.
hanging in the water, facing down, head down. So this is
Haven't
a
heard. I think
different
watch
fish from what we just looked at.
discussing. Would you like to come in on this watch lead?
Yes, please.
Go for
So
the
this
top of the head.
looks like
Yeah.
maybe it's the cusk eel. We did see that earlier as well.
Is that full zoom?
You see those sensory barbels that are dangling from below the chin.
All right, now I'm going to ask a basic question.
Yeah.
What makes an eel an eel?
I think just that it's a long, slender, snake-like fish.
Okay.
And this is the thing about common names, right? They can be applied. This is fantastic video of the top of the head. Thank you. Look at that. Oh, I know Ken Sulak is going to be really happy with you. And he did praise all the video from yesterday.
So there's no type of taxonomical,
No.
for an eel.
Yeah, it's a common name.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Whenever video's happy,
Coming out.
I'm happy. One of the characteristics of this group I saw earlier is that
Yeah,
they
nice.
are sluggish in their movements, and I
Copy
think
that.
that was demonstrated right there.
Full wide. Oh, he's back. Did we want any more footage of that watch leader? Are we okay?
No, thank you. We're good.
Copy that. Thanks.
Now, it's hard to tell, but I do think, at least in that kind of talus slope field that we're
How are we
seeing
on the move
to
so
the
far?
left a little bit, it
Oh,
does
it's
look like things
complete.
are getting a little bit more
Are you still feeling
sulfur
movement?
rich.
I don't think so. When was it done?
This is getting more
Yeah.
blocky.
15:12, 6 minutes ago.
I'm hoping that was just like a little outcrop, not something biological.
Take a peek to the right here.
We're coming up a little bit.
Lots of hairy.
Roger.
Lots of
I
fuzz.
lost it.
So now the fuzz is on the top sides of
Yeah.
these rocks. I suppose one of the things could have been that you actually suggested this earlier, and maybe you weren't intending to suggest it this way, but they grew here, tumbled down, and now they're on the forward face because the rock actually changed position.
I won't take credit for that. Actually, what I was thinking was whether they were growing at the active sites and then tumbling down.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that these are reflective of
The active
an
vent-
active vent
vent community,
community.
yeah.
Just
Well,
gonna
that's really
take a quick
interesting
peek off to the right. I want to characterize the
A lot
slope
more
of the bed.
fuzziness. The steepness has certainly picked up.
Yeah, and so you look at this pervasive draping of these hydrothermal precipitant sediments. You imagine what's got to be generating them at the summit of this platform.
Roger that.
Yeah, maybe next dive, if we're in a similar location, we'll have to see if the ROV team can bring out a big meter-long metal stake just to push in and see how deep these sediments are.
We had a meter-long stick like that on one of our
Yeah.
previous expeditions. We called it the sea poke
Yeah.
for poking the bottom. Pilot, when you're in a position waiting for Sirius to move or however that works, give us another zoom in on the fuzziness of the rocks, please.
Roger that.
Doesn't matter which one.
Stand by. Try auto depth again here.
Let's do
And
10
so our
meters.
shore-based scientists are
Understood.
just
Once there's
commenting about
100.
the possibility
degrees.
for exploration and discoveries.
It's getting steeper.
While the active hydrothermal vent systems are extremely interesting because of the active processes that are going on. They are studied significantly more than the inactive hydrothermal vent systems. And so
Might come on
we
quick.
know
Well,
we know less about those. We know less. We know a little about all of them.
Yeah.
Only about 10% of the mid-ocean ridge system has been explored in general. So 90% of it is unexplored. But
Bridge over now.
of that 10% that is explored, you can imagine that
Bridge, I'd like to
even a
request a
smaller
shipment,
proportion of
please.
the
Range
inactive
10 meters,
hydrothermal
bearing
systems
100 degrees. It's 100 degrees.
I was typing
Speed
away in the
0
chat,
decimal 2
not seeing
knots.
this beautiful rock. So a lot of the fuzz here is octocoral. We're back to what we'd seen earlier. And one of the things I'm noting, I said that I wasn't sure if it was an early developing something along the lines of an anthomastus or more of the ribbon type, cornularidae type of octocoral. And I'm never seeing more than 2 arise from the same point. That's really interesting. At some point, I'd really like to find a rock we can pick up with these on it, because I don't know what they are. It's interesting. A stoloniferous form should form a ribbon, and you would have, dozens basically in a row, or they could form a mat. That little pink dot in the center, I'll bet, is one of those retracted. Or they can form a mat. But I'm not sure which kind it is. That
Chris, I don't know if I told you, if you go to settings layer manager,
it is possible that they're connected and they're just below sediment.
Yep.
I suppose.
You wouldn't want to try and
just make sure you
grab
know
that with a delicate
Sure
hand.
do. We're creeping on it.
I wasn't sure. I didn't see how big the rock was when we zoomed in.
Okay.
Another 40, 50
Neither did
meters.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought most of them are pretty big around here.
Is there anything else you'd like to see here? Watch this.
No, well, we'd like to know how big what we're looking at is, the rock, because if it's pick-upable, yeah, that's...
No, never mind.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah,
that's
it's
pretty
too
big.
large.
but if it's
But you see the 2 up to, it's about 1 o'clock from there? There's 2 smaller ones.
Roger that.
Let's check that out.
I mean, if it's soft, you might be able to nibble a piece out, right?
Yeah. Actually, that might not be 2. That might be 1, just with sediment.
Sediment draped over.
Yeah.
These rocks right here.
That's right. What you had the lasers on?
I'm going to reposition facing into the current. Give me 1 second.
Got that one thing on the sled. That was it.
Copy.
Yeah, that's looking to me more like it's one big piece.
Would you like us to give it a poke?
Well, yeah, I mean, what I'm looking for is one that can be picked up, as the size it's picked up. So if whatever you see in the line here, they all have the stuff growing on it. Whichever one seems most reasonable for picking up and putting in a bile box, that's what we're interested in.
Roger.
We were getting several comments in the chat room that this is not something we know. This is unusual. Not just unusual, it's unknown. We don't know.
Roger that. How's our position look here, Copilot?
Good. I have a 10-meter move, but I can just move 10 meters, look down, and be safe still. So,
Okay.
go for it.
Roger that.
Let me get hydraulics up. There you go.
I mean, I guess if that is all one piece, it's still only about that big.
Yeah, and if it's as soft as the other one was, I
hope it's not that soft.
was just thinking, nibble a piece off till you have something manageable, and then now that you know that you're grabbing something that is significantly softer, they can dial back the power on the ROV manipulator.
Hydraulics on.
Hydraulics are up.
Copy that. If you could follow me with the camera.
Okay. Taking HD2.
Thank you. Hydraulics coming on the arm. 3, 2, 1. Any one that you'd like us to try in particular, watch lead?
I think whatever one is easiest for you.
Okay.
I see the one just behind where the lasers are, and then the next 3 just beyond it. All of them have what look like the same material on it.
Roger that.
That one looks in place. That one looks crumbly already.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a Goldilocks thing?
There you go. It's moving.
It's moving. Might be buried somewhat. Could be larger than
it looks like it's
it
buried
appears.
behind it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can try to grab it, but I think there's a lot more underneath there.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Maybe too big for the bow box.
I think so. Let's try this guy just for kicks. I think it's just part of the larger rock group here. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is all basically it's in place and is partly covered by the sediment, so it's fooling me into thinking they're loose rocks. Thanks for checking it out.
No problem. Worth a shot.
Yep.
And then once you get, we'll keep going after this. I caught up to you, so.
Copy that.
Good.
Good. Securing arm. Hydrox off.
We'll go up and acquire.
Copy that.
Dog's disabled.
Thank you.
So it's interesting to think about the history of deep sea biology, deep sea science in
Gets
general.
a little steeper. See the mini Zeus?
I'm sorry, can you look over to the far left, just out of frame, upper quadrant? You see that white thing that's sticking out from the rock? Are we able to go over there, or is that too far away from the tether?
There's another one up here.
On the rock outcropping above us.
Talking about the white, whip.
Yeah, the whip watch lead.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, there might be one right above us in our path.
Yeah.
Very good.
Do you want to see that one, Scott?
I'm gonna
It's just
come wide
stood
here.
out as something very different from anything we've seen yet.
I'm gonna come up and acquire.
I'll come up with you.
Copy that.
Whoa. Okay. Good call.
Is that what you're looking for, watch lead?
That's even better than what I was looking for. I'm pretty sure this is our first bamboo coral of the expedition. There's another one on the other side of the rock, so this is a pretty significant finding. Nice. I don't even know what I was saying before, but now I'm going to talk about bamboo corals. But first, let's get in and make sure it's what it is. Almost assuredly, bamboo corals are a family of octocoral that are one of the more common families, certainly at the depth we're diving at, but basically in bathyal depths, so below about 1,000 meters. There are three families that are extremely diverse and common.
You agree?
I do agree.
I'm not sure if the brown thing down there is
it just started coming back pretty
sponge or sea star.
consistently.
It's a rock, but
Okay.
Would you like to go on for any zooms on this?
I sure would, yes, as close as you can get. And so another thing that's interesting here is we're also seeing a number of brittle stars that have climbed up this. And so it's kind of like the first biological structure that we've seen that is sticking up from the bottom is creating habitat for other organisms. And so these are the first brittle stars we've seen. I see some barnacles there. I see some hydroids growing on this. So we have a whole little community of organisms that we haven't seen during the dive, all growing here. I'm also seeing on the rock behind some yellow stoloniferous octocoral, so very interesting. All right, great. So the orange things here you see are a bunch of brittle stars. Their legs, very spiny, are wrapped around this bamboo coral. It is indeed a bamboo coral. You can see the holdfast down there at the lower part of the screen. And I've seen enough of these. I've got this sense that this is probably the genus Jasonisis, and I'm basing that partly on the color and the, if you want, the feel of the tissue. Beautiful view. We can see inside the skeleton through the tissue some of the black lines that are the protein nodes that come between these calcareous internodes that qualified as a bamboo coral. And then the other thing I'm seeing is those really nice, sharp, needle-like spines. Those are sclerites on the polyp. We can just try to hold that steady for just a second so we can get a a freeze frame later on.
Let me center it.
Yeah, a little bit higher. I know I'm being difficult. Back to the left a little bit. I saw some.
Thank you.
Yeah, up there. And the reason I'm saying that is, okay, right there I see in the middle there's 2 polyps, and you can see the sclerites all along the body, and that's what's really important for us to get an idea. I would say that, you know, we're not going to know what this is based on the depth and where we are, but. Oh, fantastic. So what I'm looking at, the sclerites are at an angle. They go all the way from the main stem to the tip. The tentacles are all retracted here, but I can see that there would be these intertentacular needles. I can also see that there are curved needle-like sclerites in the main semenchyme along the main axis. Fantastic. That's about as good as you can get for identifying.
Is that auto depth of the rule a little bit, Levi?
In situ.
Yeah, it's one pretty tight.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see what else is on this rock. I saw the barnacles. I saw the little stars. I can see the yellow stoloniferous there in the background growing on the rock. Those are the ribbon-like ones that I was talking about earlier. There's an anemone also growing on this bamboo coral. This bamboo coral, I would love to be able to get a collection if you're stable. And I saw there's one on the other side of the rock if you need to go to the other side. But this is almost assuredly something new.
Copy that, watch lead.
Thank you.
Thank you, nice work, video.
HPU is enabled.
Increase in RPM.
There is one more piece of information if it's possible, and it can be
we should take a look
before or after
at
collection,
the
and that is if it's branching.
or should we go for a Midwater sample on this?
Photos are holding.
Okay.
Then whatever you feel comfortable with. But yeah, I think you have a pretty good position here. I would just clip it off the top,
Copy that.
bring it in, and drop it in one of the bios.
Yeah, watch lead, is there a particular section of this you'd like?
Yeah, just clip off, you know,
Copy
8
that.
inches at the end.
Roger
It's
that.
fine.
Let me adjust my position slightly. Copy, thanks, video.
But pilot, just to let you know, it would be helpful when we leave if we could look back. I just want to see if there's any branch points in this.
Copy that.
Thank you. But we have all the close-ups we need.
Okay. Stabilizing.
Yeah, but if you want to watch this,
So at this
be on
depth,
the
we're
jar
at
cam.
2,980
Probably not going to use the jar
meters.
cam.
Understood.
There's
And
really
then I
only
will
a couple
do
of
this.
genera of bamboo corals that are known. One is Bathygorgia,
Let me
which
give it a
usually
second.
grows
Auto settle.
fairly ramrod straight.
Might be a little too close.
And the other
Just a scotch.
is in what we call the J clade, which includes Jasonisis. And actually, as of this
Be
week,
drifting a
there was
little
just a
bit
brand new
towards the-
publication by my colleague Les Watling and his student, Abby Lapointe, his
it's
former
12,
student,
right?
Abby Lapointe, and they described another genus in that same clade
Says jar cam.
that
Yeah,
also
I try to
came
change
very
it.
deep off Tasmania.
All right.
And that
I
was
stand by one.
Dokidisis.
Let that settle.
And that
There we
name
go.
means small beam or
All right,
rod.
I think I feel comfortable
and
here.
it refers to the sclerites, those structures that we were looking at. What I saw there were a bunch of needles, so
Hydroxyl?
I would
That's correct.
suggest
All right.
that that is not.
Arm coming
That
up.
genus.
Enabling hydraulics. 3, 2, 1.
Just a little off the top.
Roger that. I got the cutters on the bottom. So I'll need to reorient. That's the max I can rotate the claw there, so try the other direction.
Yeah, just go to the.
And so this looks to have formed on what looks like a
That's
large
max
talus
there as
block
well.
of hydrothermal precipitant. Probably not
Can also
necessarily
go
part of
to
the
continue
chimney
to
structure,
rotate.
but
Spin it around to.
part of
Yeah.
the larger mound that's probably fallen off downslope. I didn't see it as we were coming up to it. But it did not, from this angle, it does not look like it was in place. It looks like it was part of a structure from fallen, or
I mean, it's got to be stable enough that something of this size has grown on it, and there's
Yeah.
another one on the other side.
okay. But did it look like did the upper surface continue into the slope, or was it?
Right. It was hard to say because
Yeah.
we haven't gone up
Okay.
that side. I did get the impression that it was going down,
Okay.
as you say,
Yeah.
a displaced
Yeah.
feature instead
Yeah.
of an extension from the
Yeah.
slope. Arvind, that's what I'm calling it. Thank you.
So, yeah, this is the max. I can rotate the wrist without continuous. So it might not be the right angle for it.
Okay.
Without moving D2. Stand by. There we are. Let's try that.
Yeah, Deb seems to agree that she
Pretty close to
suspects
this
it's
camera.
not in place
Yeah.
either.
Yeah.
Can you bring it down?
How does this length look?
That's good.
Put some fog lights on.
Yes, please.
Video, you ready
And,
for
and this should cut really
Are you ready
easily
to turn the
or
fog lights
twist
on?
and break easily. So it's
Can I turn the lower lights on? Yeah. All right. There you go.
That's better. Thank you. You said this is a good amount?
yep.
Watch these. Copy
Yep.
that. Going for cut.
Yeah, what's important for us is that we make sure we get some nodes. And what I saw in the spacing of the nodes, this should be fine. I think if you give it a little twist, it should come free pretty easily.
So you weren't in the cutters, I don't think. Yeah, maybe go a little deeper. Oh, that might be in the cutters. That's it. Yeah, you got it now.
Copy.
There you go. Okay. So
It's good.
I'll draw out.
Copy that.
Oh, good. So I can see from this angle that it, yeah, again, so I don't know if this is branching or if there's multiple colonies that have settled on this first one. It's hard to tell, but it does
All
look
right,
like there's a
I'm gonna
little
draw out.
branch down there.
Watching the wings here.
Copy that.
There you go.
Both port
stash.
bio boxes are open and starboard inner.
Dashed in the port side there. That'll probably just bend out of the way.
Try to come up and over there.
Now, roughly, Scott, not this particular one, but similar species? The other two that you said were
Calyx.
Oh, yeah, I
Yes,
was
perfect.
referring to genera. But
Genera.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect angle.
What's the growth rate?
It's a good question. I believe on the bamboo corals,
And then, yeah, I would rotate.
we're talking about
Open, you know.
something on the
Push
order
it
of
down
300
in
to
and then open
400
the jaws
years is
up
the
off the
oldest
box.
one that I know has been
Yeah.
Maybe
aged.
like port inner or
And
outer.
Whatever you want.
It's pretty long. I might go for outer.
Okay.
Stand by there.
So now you just want to be careful not to open the jaws all the way down there.
Right.
Okay.
Flicker.
Yeah.
There it
you go.
goes. Dropped starboard outer. Oh.
Okay. It's clear.
Clear.
What is the problem?
Yeah. Scott's two. Yep.
Nice sample.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Try not to disturb this too much, but
I would like to wait until we saw a little bit more stuff myself.
I'm going to turn the forward lights off. Brian.
Wherever
You
we
ready?
want it.
Yep.
So I was thinking maybe we did the bottom, maybe the hydrothermal vent area. Yeah. Great.
all right. Arm secure. Look okay, co-pilot?
Looks great.
Copy that. Disabling hydraulics.
Okay. We're back.
Okay. Had some problem there with the databasing computer. Before we leave entirely, I got a request to get a closer look at the brittle stars. We want to see the central disk that the arms are attached to. And they're up high or low. It doesn't matter which one you choose.
Roger that.
Thank you.
Copy. Copy that. Let me move into position. Stabilizing. And we
Arvin,
can come in when you're ready, video.
I just did the classic left-right thing, and so I said starboard outer. It's port outer.
You're going to drift in a little bit in current.
Let's make a good note of that.
All right,
I mean, I'll
what do you do for the
recognize it when
stars,
I
correct?
see it. But.
Sure.
Yeah, one of these oranges.
Let's go for the one on the...
You may have to, I think the angle we're at is not sufficient. It has to be in a plane view. Unfortunately.
I think there's some other brittle stars above this, John.
Yeah, we can come up and look at the other. Which angle are you looking for? Watch the
We need to see the
coming out
flat
there.
surface of the where all those legs connect. So this one that's on the lower side might be your best bet.
Down below?
Yep.
As like a central disc, they want to see the top of it. And what about the... Yeah.
Mm. Roger that.
Top of central disc.
Trucking over.
Copy.
Come on in, video.
Yeah, this might be okay for Chris. So Chris Ma is in the chat room, and he's the one who said if we can get a shot of the disc, he might be able to give you an ID. It's kind of hidden in spines there, Chris, but I can... So it's just at it's at a really difficult angle relative to, you know, how the ROV is set up and how these things are growing. I think the lower one was your better bet. Yeah.
If you need me to reorient watch lead, we can also do that.
Nope, that's great. What I was doing was I was counting in my mind how long we had to focus. So I think that's good. Thank you. And we can move on upslope.
Roger that. Coming off of autos. And feel free to come wide. And for extra credit, try pure wet.
So here's the other side of this rock. Maybe it is extending from the slope.
Nice job, video. Thank you.
Is that a piece of metal?
That looks like a piece of metal.
It's like a metal band. There has been some ROV dives here before and some dredging and so on. So
Yeah, we can go for snap video.
Huh. Yeah, it's a hose clamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Full wide. Thank you.
Little did the ROV team
Watch your
know
port
that
side.
this place has had
See that?
multiple hose issues.
Yep. Copy.
That's right. So crinoid on the rock.
I think we want to take a look at this other bamboo coral.
No, it's we can move on from that. I'm
Roger
going to
that.
assume it's the same one we saw. So let's make some
Delta,
tracks.
pretty good.
Delta 16.
Copy that.
Yeah, so that looks like an extension of this ridge.
Yep. This particular coral here looks to be
Eli, you
long
wanna get some
dead.
pilots on?
It's been colonized
No.
with
Copy.
hydroids, that fuzz that you see
good
on the
with it, John?
skeleton.
I'm okay.
Okay.
You sure you don't want it?
No, sure.
It is kind of interesting, that one little branchlet off it. What do you think, Mary? Are these sparse
You want to
branchers?
zoom in on D2 right now? Or what are you thinking?
They're not growing like a sparse brancher.
Yeah. Oh, that's,
Huh. Patrick says he saw a sea spider. I missed that.
I can do this. Watch this. This is all I can do. I can deploy the upper more, and then I can do this. Like that. That's about all I can do. But I probably should give him his light back. There you go.
And so I was looking through the Wheeler paper from 2013 when they're describing the Moytirra vent field for the first time. And looking at one of their images, they do see carbonate chimneys that they likely associate with abiotic methane oxidation.
I'm okay with that.
So definitely some type of abiotic bacterial.
100 degrees.
Yeah, so if you're noticing, you might see more angular, darker pieces of rubble and class.
Bridge, like to request a ship move, please. Range 10 meters, bearing 100. It's 100 degrees at 0.2 knots.
And less of the sulfide talus.
Want to come up?
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Get a pan of the blue view here. Just copy that. Take a look. Coming up.
Can we have a look at the fish upper center, just right of center?
Sure.
It's more of the green stained rocks, Ashton. Green turquoise.
Yeah, so likely some type of copper precipitate.
Copy that. You can start coming in. I'll keep moving forward. You can come on in easy.
Go ahead, Bridge. Thank you, Bridge. The ship's all stop pilots.
Hiding behind a rock here.
Go ahead, watch lead. Standby 1.
Nice in video.
I believe this is another cuskeel. That's good, pilot. I think this is the one we imaged really well earlier, so we can move on. In fact, I just got a note here from Ken Sulak who says, in all caps, superfish imagery. He says it's appropriate to comment on what those super zooms of the head show. Head-on imagery of megapredator Bethrites shows its full sensory suite, enabling horning in or homing in on prey. Thus, enormous nostrils, big eyes, lateral line configured on and around the head to detect vibrations, pelvic fins modified into tactile and taste receptors ready to trigger explosive sucking in of prey if those barbels touch another animal. That's awesome, Ken. Thank you for that information. Copy that, Nav. Thank you very much. So we have about 3 hours to continue exploring the bottom here at Moytirra. Use it wisely.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to get to the top, and then also we had a tentative plan of after seeing the hydrothermal fields.
Sorry, pilot, can we have a look at that rock that's just below the fish, really fuzzy? That has got to be a loose rock, or maybe there's an even smaller one on the right. You choose. Far right, there's a small one. Just left of center, there's a larger one. Yeah, if that fuzzy stuff, we keep trying to get it, and we keep looking for a rock that's small enough, and loose, of course. I apologize. Okay. I suppose the other part of that equation is we should zoom in and make sure what's on the rock is what we think it is.
Well, there's a few of them, aren't there, in that field? Yeah.
Yep. I see the octocorals. I see whatever these fuzzy string-like things are. I see some green schmutz for the geologist.
Well, we're assuming for the geologist.
Got it. Yeah, that looked like a pretty small piece. Is this the sulfite again? Is this going to just crumble when we grab it?
I, from far, I thought it was actually more consolidated. I thought it was actually basalt, but it's hard to tell until we actually grab it. That to me looks like basaltic rubble with an iron oxide coating.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be hard, but it doesn't look like those mats that we saw earlier.
Yep. If you're a game pilot, we'd like to see a collection. We've been seeing this stuff all day, and nobody really knows what it is. It's got more stuff on it. Yeah, the pointy one there. Yep. Oh, it's definitely moving. Yeah. Arg. Well, let's see what happens. I think I would need to zoom in on that one. Yeah, that's in place. Yeah.
Nice, you got it.
Please go in the box. No, that's got to go in a bow box. I hope that doesn't make it more complicated. Ooh, it's in the box with a little explosion. Nicely done. Thank you so much. If it stayed, if it doesn't, that's your dream. It's like they just hammered it down there.
If it doesn't what?
Stay intact.
Why would that be my dream?
Because you want to hammer everything when it gets up here anyway.
No, I want to cut everything in half with a saw.
Okay, my bad. Thank you, pilot. That was excellent. Okay, so we finally got some of those stringy things. We'll be able to find out what that is. We got some of the rock, so I think we're pretty happy with that. You know, yesterday we all missed our dinner because there was so many samples to process.
Yeah, a lot of what were you calling them? Associates.
Associates.
Yeah.
Yep. Just terrific. We got some really nice stuff.
Yeah, you know, we don't get many rock associates. We don't get a rock and then another rock just comes off of it. Yeah, and so now I'm honestly a little thoroughly confused because I had thought some of this was actually more of basaltic rubble, but I think my tricks are playing eyes on me. And,
I hate when that happens.
I know. I think a lot of this is just kind of angular class of iron sulfide precipitant, kind of that loose. Saying that the same loose sediment, but actually just more consolidated from upslope with some other mineralization in it.
So I think we're at the approximate depth. We're pretty close. 2965 is that really nice detailed map in the Somoza paper? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've got a copy of that on my laptop here, and I'm looking at those yellow dots, and they look like they're between about 2960 and 2940 meters depth.
Yeah, because I think 2930 was our shallowest, and then we were following that contour potentially.
Yep. We're certainly, you can see these contour lines. I think we're on the steeper part of this talus for sure, relative to what we saw earlier. Oh, there's some chimney-like structures ahead. You can see in this bar camera view.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Just coming into view.
Okay, so we're coming up on, I think probably, yeah, these probably are some of the inactive chimneys that have been collapsing and feeding that talus field. You can just tell by the scale of them how large they are and how precipitously they're just sitting kind of on the edge of this talus field.
Yeah, well, I think we want to move along them because if it's where we think we are, there should be a chain for about 100 meters or 40 meters maybe.
Yeah, it should be pretty
going
extensive.
To the right, correct?
Yeah, and then we'll see more active ones. But I think just situationally, go where you think is safely navigable.
Cindy Van Dover does ask for a snap zoom of one of the big stacks, I guess, to see what's on the surface. So when you feel you're in a position to do that. No, I think it's okay. I mean, it's not active anywhere here, so I don't think the depth on the chimney itself is important.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is going to be pretty representative of what we're going to see generally until we move to the more active areas. There's some chat in the discussion that the green might be malachite, which is a copper carbonate hydroxide. There.
Lots more of this fuzz. Really interesting. Mm-hmm. I'm so glad we got that collection. Also, the stoloniferous, the ribbon-like coral. I'm not sure what that Dutch shoe-like structure is up on the top center.
Did you describe that as a Dutch shoe?
I did. Doesn't it look like a wooden shoe?
A little clog?
Yeah.
A wooden clog, yeah.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an anemone on the side here. I haven't seen any cladoryzids yet. I don't think that's what all this fuzzy stuff is, but who knows? Wouldn't that be fascinating if these were all carnivorous sponges?
And what are you referring to?
All the white stringy stuff that's waving in the current. There are these small carnivorous sponges that grow unbranched. I can't say that these are not those. It didn't look like it when I was looking at the close-up earlier. There's a different kind of purpley fuzz here right in front of us. Let's zoom in there, please. Copy that. Yep, that's correct. Oh, let's see little teardrops, like blue teardrops. It's almost like a chrysogorgia, but the color is totally wrong, and I don't know if that's just because we're too far from the substrate. Huh. Maybe they're hydrozoan. So just have to be patient a little bit here, folks. Let I guess the ship and cereals catch up a bit. So, Pilot, we're getting a lot of requests to look at some of the stuff on the surface here. So if you let me know when you're in a stable position, I think we're going to want to be here for a moment. Great. Oh, okay. These are hydrozoans. Now I can see it. He says with mock confidence. I see a bunch of amphipods aligned in a row. These are little crustaceans. They're sort of pink there with 2 white dots on their heads sitting on them. But yeah, these
what
are...
What is that yellow cobwebby?
I believe that is mucus that has... I would say that it's been released from a sponge, except I don't see a sponge here. And when they release, some of them, when they release gametes, they will have their eggs, for example, in a matrix like that. And so I think it's just a remnant of that sort of extrusion. But I don't actually know that. This is my best guess. All right, so all this fuzzy stuff that looks like these little teardrops suspended in space, those are hydrozoan colonies. They're related to corals. They have the same basic structure, branching structure, and each of those little dots that you see is a polyp body with a ring of tentacles. They're just a lot smaller. You see a bunch of octocorals, and then you see all this other stuff that's waving out from the substrate, and that's on the rock, and we'll have a closer look at that when it comes up. Okay, I think we're good right here. Thank you. A couple of other coprolate amphipods. Alan Collins, who knows a lot more about hydrozoans than I do, says that they could be athecates, and what he's referring to, that term refers to an external skeleton that covers much of the tissue of the colony. And where the polyp is, it can be encased in this little cup-like structure, or it can be sort of, if you will, naked, where the soft part of the polyp with its tentacles sticks out of the tube. And so athecate means without that cup. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, so as we're moving up this slope, it seems to be that there seems to be a kind of a series of ridges and maybe some debris chutes, some valleys, and we saw the first of these large inactive hydrothermal vent systems perched just on the edge of one of these ridges, pretty precipitously. It is kind of beautiful, the colors that you don't expect to see. The gold shimmer, the blues, the greens.
Yeah, I mean, that rock that I saw on the Port Rock box, just all kinds of nice colors. Makes me think of being in parts of the Southwest. Yeah. Some of the fantastic geology they have out there.
Well, and a rock always looks better when it's wet.
Yeah.
Right? That's the classic. You pick up that beautiful beach cobble you see at the seashore, and then you get it home and it dries, and yeah.
So, 2950 is up around here. I'm just wondering if we need to start moving a little bit south instead of keep going east and we miss it, if we pass over this feature.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're north or south of it or if we're right in that line. I mean, it's...
Right. But if we're in the line and we're continuing to go this way, do we want to follow what we're seeing?
Can I see the legend? The legend.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I think those were the I think those were the inactive oxidized chimneys. I don't think we've seen the anhydrite chimneys yet.
Okay.
So Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I got the name right. Deep sea spiny eel. That's what's got the head down. We've seen them several times. Go ahead.
So where was the 2950 contour?
So it's round here.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just thinking, if we're at the top of this, we might want to sort of go back and forth and look a little bit.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Start doing some transects. Yeah.
So I mean, we don't know if we're coming in up here or if we're coming in over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Optimistically, if it is here, then maybe we should start to think about going.
So that's 2944, I think.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Anhydrite chimneys.
There you go. So
we got some. All right.
Yeah. So if
maybe that's right here.
Yeah. So Scott and I were actually just looking at the map from the cruise report. Right. This is from the cruise report of the.
No, this is Samosa 2021.
Okay, this is Samosa 2021. Their paper on this area, and they have a really great map of the inactive hydrothermal vent system and the active hydrothermal vent system. And there's a series of oxidized inactive vents, and which were those reddish color vents we were seeing earlier. And right now, what we were looking for were kind of these telltale anhydrite inactive vents, and that's what you're seeing right now. So you're seeing the same inactive vents, except before where they're filled with the oxidizing the iron in them. These are actually that calcium or potassium barite, barium sulfate, forming this anhydrite and this white mineralization. And so we were looking for a street sign, and I think we just found it.
So I just provided the link to the paper that Ashton and I are looking at with this figure, so you can all check it out yourself. Wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah, so I was thinking about, in terms of just sampling going forward, I'd like to get a sample of an inactive vent, an active vent, and then maybe a basalt.
Sorry, just a second. I think we see a zoarcid eel, that fish-like thing that's down the center. And since that is a vent endemic fish, it might be worth verifying if that's what it is. That'll tell us something about the activity.
No, that's very interesting, especially if it's at an inactive vent area.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things we're here exploring is what are the biological communities and diversity of those communities at the inactive vent fields.
So maybe Cindy or Tim Shank, can you confirm for me if this is a zoarcid? It does appear to have the right fin structure. I see it's got those very large pelvic fins, rounded head. Tim thinks it's a synaphobranchid. Huh.
And Cindy's saying that she bet there is a thermal anomaly, probably not just high temperature. So it might be interesting to get a reading.
It's interesting the way it's moving around over the bottom like that. I haven't seen synaphobranchids do that before, but okay. Thank you. Let's resume with the chimneys. Yes, Daphne Cuvelier.
Do we see smoking? Do we see any activity at the top of the chimney?
And a common name for the zoarcids is eel pouts. So this is an eel pout. Great.
No, but maybe if we can come around right a little bit and get a better look at that taller pinnacle.
Yeah, this one you mean?
Yeah,
and the background.
See if we can get some light on the top of it.
Background center.
Yeah. Yep. No worries. Yeah, I think we're not necessarily just looking for the the vigorous high temperature and black color, but even just there might be a slight shimmering in the water coming out of it to indicate that maybe even still a low temperature anomaly or maybe even just diffuse shimmering through the base of it, depending on the age of it. There's another one of your...
What? Oh, the eel pouts. Yeah, and Cindy said she saw a shrimp above it. There's a family of specialized hydrothermal vent shrimp as well, so that would also be a good indicative. Yep, several of these eel pouts all around this feature. Yes, Cindy, we do have a temperature probe with us, so we can use that as well. Mike Vecchione is telling me that there are eel pouts common at bathyal depth, so although there are members of that family that are hydrothermal vent endemics, there are others that aren't.
There's the...
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yep.
There's definitely a Schlieren effect smoke coming out of the rightmost of that tallest chimney, about halfway up.
Yeah, so not inactive completely. It's still got some shimmer to it. It's still precipitating minerals. And so, yeah, I think it would be interesting to get a temperature reading.
There's actually, it looks like there's some flow down here as well.
Mm-hmm.
These might be bacterial mats, all the white stuff that we're seeing. I don't mean the anhydrites here.
No, yeah, the mats off to the right, yeah.
Yep.
Now, I've seen temperature probes done a few ways. I've seen both just kind of a place it within the flow, and I've also seen probes where you can actually stick it, into the soft chimney structure to kind of get an internal temperature reading, see if there's any large-scale difference. Yeah, so a very weak, wispy black smoker.
Yeah, so let's explain this a little bit more to the general public. Obviously, the scientists, I'm sure, know what we're looking at, but so warm water meeting cold water, what happens?
Yeah, so what we're looking at is what we call a hydrothermal vent, and this is kind of a very low-scale black smoker hydrothermal vent, and what happens is the cold seawater intrudes into the oceanic crust through deep faults and fractures, and as it is entrained downward along these fault systems, it encounters the hot magma reservoirs and hot volcanic intrusions that are feeding volcanism at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and it heats up that it's not just water; it's actually a brine. It's heavily concentrated in salt. And then it starts dissolving some of the mineral constituents that are in those surrounding rocks. So surrounding that basalt and upper mantle rocks, it dissolves those minerals. It heats up, and as it heats, it becomes more buoyant. So it actually rises. That's kind of what limits the upper limit of the temperature, is just the thermal buoyancy of those briny fluids. As those fluids rise back up through other pervasive cracks and free pathways, depending on the porosity, it starts to interact with the cold seawater that surrounds it. And as it hits that cold seawater, it then precipitates all those minerals. And as those minerals precipitate out, they build these structures. And eventually they become so kind of consolidated, they build these really nice fluid exit pathways that form these vent structures. And these vent structures just kind of continually get taller and taller and taller, and seen ones 80 meters, and so they precipitate a range of inorganic metal sulfides, rich in iron, copper, magnesium, some calcium.
So the other thing we're seeing that's really exciting and got the biologists excited is that we're now seeing what we call vent endemic fauna, that is species that are adapted to live in this environment where the high temperatures and reduced chemical compounds are meeting. the water. So we saw a whole lot of shrimp there. Those would be members of the family Alvinocaridae. And I've got a couple of suggested names, the genus Mirocaris, the genus Rimicaris. You also saw there's a lot of bumps on the chimney. Those were gastropods, limpets, basically flattened snails, belong to the family Peltospiridae. Another very speciose group that is also specialized in vents, have a lot of different species around the world. I was actually looking at an interesting paper talking about their evolution and possible origin in the Western Pacific, and then sort of over evolutionary time moving into the Indian Ocean and then into the Atlantic and onto systems like this. I think maybe the pilots up front would be interested to know that the shrimp Mirocaris, that genus Miro, is named for the Russian submersible Mir. And I'd have to look at the paper here, but within that family, there's a whole series of genera like Shinkaya, named for the Shinkaya submersible. And, oh, there are others. I have to remember them. Somebody will have to help me. Copy that. So folks unsure, if you look at camera 2, you'll see a lot more smoke in the water. On the camera, from the camera sled, that's positioned, what, about 20 meters above D2? 8 meters right now. Yeah. Thanks, Levi. Here, this is what I was looking for. Shinkicaris, Keldishicaris. And then the family, of course. Yes, thank you, Cindy. Alvinocaridae. Alvinocarididae is named for the Alvin submersible. So we have a whole group of species that are named for the different vessels that were used to discover them.
Now, Scott, are you going to want to take a biological sample at this area?
The biology is pretty well characterized here and known, so I don't know that we need to sample the vent fauna.
Mm-hmm. ROV, we're slowly coming up, right? Oh, sorry.
So we would like to, I think, take some temperature probe measurements. You want to do that, or is that already well characterized?
I think it would be worthwhile. I think it depends on whether we're situationally in position for it, or whether we'd have to come back down. You know, this is one of, I hope, a clump of them that we should see. All right. Yeah, let's try a temperature probe. You know, in the shimmer, and then if you can, I don't know if you guys are comfortable with pushing the probe in to the material, and then you know, depending on how it reacts when you push it in, if it's soft enough, but not too soft, we might want to take a sample. Yeah, we're going to want to get it right in that shimmer.
Did you see Deb's comment? Yeah.
Yeah, and so our ROV pilots are just lining up to take a temperature measurement.
That's interesting. One of the scientists in our chat room, Patrick Collins, was part of the team. One of the scientists that's in our chat room, Patrick Collins, was part of the team that first discovered this Moytirra site in 2011, and he says he doesn't recognize this particular chimney. It doesn't look like anything they filmed. So that's kind of interesting to suggest that you know, there's more going on in the area, or I don't know how fast these new chimneys form. I wouldn't imagine something could form this quickly in 10 years. One of the things that's really interesting from the biological perspective is to think about, we're going to find out, you know, how hot that water is, but the surrounding water is, what, 3.4 degrees Celsius. And so you have these organisms that are interface of almost freezing water and boiling water. And how do you deal with that physiologically? I mean, I realize the temperature on the outside of those chimneys is relatively low, but for some organisms, the closer you are to the actual opening, the hotter it is.
Yeah, and Deb Glickson, our onshore hydrothermal vent geology expert, said these small black smokers can actually form fairly quickly.
So video, this is watch lead 2. Is it possible to get the ROV screen that's showing the temperature probe output data as one of the 4 quad screens? Cool, thanks. I'm sure we're going to try to put up the reading for this temperature probe onto camera 3. There's a quad screen which will show you 3 different cameras of what we're looking at, and hopefully these temperature data.
Yeah, so given the motion and just how small this vent is, I think I'm probably just going to ask for the temperature reading of the shimmer and not necessarily an insertion. I think even just that minor motion we have, given how small this is, I don't want to bisect it. I think we'll get an opportunity for a larger one upslope.
All the thermal currents in the area?
You know, I mean, these temperatures, the temperature gradient is so steep that it falls off so quickly. You know, you could put it in that upward shimmer, but that's not really going to be representative of all what we get near vent source.
I just meant, is it inducing some kind of eddies because, you know, that water is going up and it's causing a current that's a little harder to control there.
Yeah, some actual thermal convection. I don't think it's large enough.
Deb Glickson is pointing out that Julie Huber has just joined us in the chat room, and she's a microbiologist who works on hydrothermal vent microbes. And Julie, we really could have used your input before when we were looking at what we were all calling rusticles and wondering if those had a microbial formation. There's a lot of people in the control room now.
Yeah.
This kind of exciting. It's getting kind of loud in here. Yeah, so any observations you can offer, or if it's not what we're looking at now, but off to the side, we thought maybe we saw some bacterial mats before.
Yeah, so we're in the process of doing an ROV watch shift.
That's what's going on.
And so you got to imagine how. Oh, look at the little. What's living in the vent? Do you see?
These shrimp?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the Mineralogical shrimp.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. And all these black dots, these are the limpets. There's a lot of them. And I didn't see them. Patrick said that at the base of the chimneys, you'll find some interesting polychaete tube worms. Yeah, so on shore, if you look at the quad screen on the upper left quadrant, you see the ROV pilot's display screen. Right now you see they're just trying to control the moving up and down. You see on the left his ROV, and on the right the Sirius, excuse me, I said ROV. You see the heading of the ROV on the upper left, and then just below it you see the depth and the altitude of the vehicle above the bottom. On the right side you see the same information for the Sirius, the camera sled that's above us. And then what's going to be overlapped in the middle will be this graph of temperature of the probe. I mean, not the in situ temperature. I guess it's in situ right now based on where the probe is. Scale worms. Thank you, Patrick.
And so one of the hypotheses I was reading in one of these papers that was discussing the formation of the Moytirra vent field was, given kind of the odd position of where it's at off of the axial valley, but not necessarily associated with some of these large detachment faults and ultramafics that we associate with tectonically driven hydrothermal vent fields, was that actually maybe it's an off-axis magmatic system or off-axis magma reservoir that's feeding Moytirra. So,
sorry, I think I see a mythograde crab also crawling around down on the lower part, just underneath the claw. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
I think that's what I'm seeing.
And so it's curious to me, like whether this is maybe a lower temperature, or less productive hydrothermal vent, because maybe although it's closer to the axial valley, which is the main spreading center of the Mid-Atlantic ridge, maybe it's farther away from an off-axis injection of magma and off-axis reservoir that's feeding Moytirra. So maybe it's kind of in this no man's domain between the two high productive regions, and that's why we get something that's smaller, less productive, probably lower temperature, definitely less mineral precipitates, less iron, copper, zinc. Yeah, I think it falls off so quickly. You really want to get it right into that black current close to vent. But it's not worth doing if situationally, it might cause any issues to the actual feature. We'll have more opportunities later on, so call it on your own comfort.
I think it's worth noting here, we spent a bunch of time today leading up to this point, and we've seen some very small amphipods, some very small corals, in sort of high abundance in some places, a lot of fuzz, but overall low abundance of organisms, and that's typical of the deep sea. Now we come to this spot where we have this hot water flowing, and you can see literally thousands of limpets and dozens and dozens of shrimp. There's going to be more shrimp as we look around. And the reason we have these higher abundances is because there's higher energy source, that is food supply. And the food supply that they're using is the bacteria that are taking advantage of the reduced chemicals that is coming out with that superheated water, that quote-unquote smoke, the precipitating minerals that are coming out of that water. And one of the really cool things about these limpets, my understanding for this family, is that they have a symbiosis with bacteria, in that their gills have bacteria in the gills that take up the sulfide. And so by positioning themselves where this hot water with the sulfide is passing over them, that sulfide is transferred to the bacteria in the gills. The bacteria use it to create organic carbon, and then the snail takes advantage of that. And I was reading earlier about a related snail in some, I think it's Indian Ocean vents. Oh, hold on, are we getting a temperature reading? I'll stand by. So I'm not seeing the temperature graph anymore. Where are you pointing? That's what I was looking for. Here we go. So is it the blue line we want to look at? Yeah, so you can see that blue line is now spiked up above 15 degrees. Okay.
Very nice. Yeah, I see how it's amazing how quickly it drops off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so within within a few inches, you go from almost a 50-degree temperature change.
Yeah, exactly. We're over 50 degrees Celsius now.
No, I think that's good. I want to get an internal measurement eventually, but I think this one is just so small and delicate. I think it's worth making sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, first of many.
I'll pick up a little bit later on what I was saying about the feeding. Am I on a speaker now somewhere?
It does sound like it.
Is it just me? Oh, now it's off. Okay. I was on a speaker. It's off. Okay. Anyway, I'll pick up that conversation about chemosynthesis versus photosynthesis later on. But Patrick has pointed out to me that these particular limpets are grazers, so they're grazing on the bacteria. Thank you, Patrick. I think the highest temperature reading we saw was about, 52 degrees? 52 degrees Celsius, Tim. So we're going to continue to move in this direction, right, Ashton?
Yeah, I think the ROV, I think the best plan is to do some kind of zigzagging traverses with minimal elevation gain. Go ahead, Navigator. Yeah, we're kind of in the depth range of that we expect to see the larger hydrothermal field, but I think we're unsure whether we're actually north or south of it. And so, you know, we kind of want to do some kind of lateral traverses, maybe with minimal elevation gain, you know, just traversing right and left with some panning and looking visually and in the sonar to see if we can see any other systems.
But just, Ashton, we did come from the left and we saw the inactive chimney over there. I would start
with the right.
To the right.
Yeah.
You know. So going south, I would agree, Fernando.
Yeah, but we don't want to. I don't. Tell me if you agree with me, Scott. I don't think we want to increase. No, I don't think we want to shallow too much more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. We want to stay on this contour.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
The depth range, is that what you said? I think it was standby 2940 to
2944 was kind of right on the money.
Yeah, so let's say 2940 to 50.
Yeah, as I said, you know, we're right kind of in that perfect depth range. We're just not sure if we're north or south of it. Yeah, so you know, I'll tell you guys, somewhere out here is like a 60-foot tall one, and so that's kind of what we're looking for.
Right. I mean, I do see tucked right in here, I think, is one other active smoker. That could be what we're looking at.
Oh.
Or.
Well, hey, that's a big thing.
Yep. That's
Whoa.
smoking.
Wow. That was just off to the left. Kind of snuck up on us. So I hope Deb's. Oh, yep. See, there's Deb. Oh my.
I wonder if this is the beehive one, Patrick. I think Patrick is online and.
Yeah, so I think that paper was So some of these form these beehive diffuser structures. That's what they refer. But I think we got to go to the top of it.
Put on your climbing boots.
Yeah. Wow. So and it's so you can see some low grade smoking coming out of the bottom of it, or out of kind of the midway of it before it necks. And so let me.
This is some kind of Art Deco fountain. So are those all limpets still on? Is that what I'm seeing, or is that mineral? We'll take a closer look after we look at the whole structure.
I think this is the one that was described, or it looks very similar to the one that's described as the Fomorian chimney. And the Fomorians, or Fomori, are from Old Irish. Hostile or monstrous beings. but they describe it as showing slender organ pipes topped with beehive diffusers.
Yeah.
And so those look very like beehive structures, and the hydrothermal fluids are kind of being diffused or kind of separated out to them.
It's great because the limpets look like a bunch of bees that are clustered on the outside. I'm seeing the shrimp, lots of shrimp on here.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the beehive diffuser right there. We're on the other side of it.
I think that's
Can we get a zoom just to look at the organisms that are on the surface of it? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, for the geology, I'm not going to go near it. It's too beautiful to touch. But if video has any specific needs that they want from it, please let us know.
So these would be, I believe, the Mineralogical shrimp. And so I have a question for the vent biologist on shore. I'm seeing that there are some that are really black. And is that a different species, or is that something about physiological state?
And if we could get the lasers on too for a little bit. Yep.
So Patrick Collins says that these shrimp are just dirty. So basically, all this precipitation of the minerals in the water that are coming out of these chimneys are coating some of these shrimp. Fantastic. And if I recall, maybe they can also remind me, the Rimicaris, I believe, were blind. They're living at a depth. They've basically lost their eye stalks. However, they had this reflective, I think it was called tapedum, the nervous system associated with the optics, and that's what's shining through the top of the head, those sort of pink dots that you're seeing. And so if somebody could clarify with me. Yeah, okay, Cindy, you're right. I shouldn't have said they're blind. They have highly modified eyes, and so the idea is that they can possibly detect, Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, an infrared spectrum, which would be appropriate if you're living next to this heat source. The infrared wavelength would come along with the heat. Oh, and there's some of these limpets. Lots of the pelt-spired limpets. Yeah. So Cindy said, yeah, following up on this hypothesis, I think she may have been the first to propose these sort of modified eyes would allow them to detect infrared so that they can avoid, as she puts it, from becoming bouillabaisse. So they don't want to become part of the overall hydrothermal soup and get cooked. And so it's important to know where is that heat source. But clearly they can get pretty close to it.
Okay, so here's a good paper on the structure of these beehive diffusers. That's interesting. And so they kind of have anhydrite precipitation on the outside, which you see some of that white and the sulfide precipitation on the inside. And then actually on the, if you could look at a cross section of these, they kind of have a
so if this is the Fomorian, stand by, we're going to look at our map here.
Yeah.
That's over here. I think we still want to go to the south. Southeast? 21. To the southeast, correct, yeah.
So if you were looking at a cross-section of this, what you would actually probably see is a series of vertical pipes almost. And that's why they call it kind of organ pipe, and they're probably lined with pyrite and chalcopyrite growth, so some type of iron sulfide and copper sulfide. And then the beehive structure is actually, you can think about it as a series of horizontal baffles where you actually have not just the flow outward from the top of the high temperature mineral precipitate, but also diffuse flow through the sides of those beehive structures. And maybe some of those striations you see on the darker undersides of those lobes that are less precipitated with the anhydrite are actually where some of the diffuse flow comes out.
So, pilot, I'm not sure if you heard from us. We'd like to move southeast, please. Thank you. Well, that was awesome to find that.
Yeah, beautiful. You know, it's nice when the 2 weeks of transit to get here, you keep seeing the coolest things you've ever seen.
So, Fernando, on the high pack, you had that inset figure of this vent field. And you see the yellow dots in there. We think we might be on the second yellow dot on the left, and we want to move towards the yellow dots on the right. So that's what we're trying to do. Yep. Yeah, I think we're around there. So we're kind of moving in that southeast direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Fernando. So the value of saying things completely incorrectly on the air is that it stimulates people to correct you.
Oh, there you go.
And get some real information. Tamara Franken knows a lot more about this than I do, said that these shrimp are not blind, that in some of the earlier studies the eyes were destroyed by incredibly bright lights. The shiny organs that we're seeing are the back of the eyes, the tapetum lucidum, that increases the sensitivity of the eye.
Well, that's one of the reasons whenever I describe things, I try and stick with elemental constituents, right? Iron, copper. If I get too much into the mineral minutia, I know Deb's going to call me out on it.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah. But it's okay, I can just say I'm a chemist, not a...
It's much appreciated.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the fish that we were seeing down there, the eel pouts, Ken Sulak says that the close-up look that he had suggested that it does not correspond to a known genus or species, and he's basing that on the structure of the dorsal fin, comes too far forward, almost to the head, has a very elongate trunk, large pectoral fin. So it's not a good match to the described species. He thinks it's probably a new genus, which would be quite exciting. And so we will try to get him some better imagery. Good stuff. If we find another one of these chimneys, which we hope to, and look at the limpets again. Patrick Collins pointed out that the limpets are rarely on the anhydrite. So you can look at the distribution on those chimneys and see what part of the chimney are they actually sitting on. So, jelly. This might be a Crossoda again, which we had that really nice video of earlier. The view that you're seeing right now is looking due south. And so the pilots are just sort of turning the ROV around to get a sense of what's around us. Now we're swinging back towards the east. Yeah, so I think, we want to be on the right side of those towers.
And yeah, and just for situational awareness, I think, kind of 2930 is probably going to be our ceiling in terms of we're probably not going to want to get any more shallower than that, because I think there's going to be nothing in terms of high features past that contour.
So for those of you who are tuning into the internet streaming live video, this is the Voyage to the Ridge exploration team. We are on board the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer on an expedition to explore the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And today we are about 500 kilometers north of the Azores Islands, diving on a feature that was discovered back in 2011, Moytirra vent field. We're at currently 2,936 meters depth, and we're checking out these really spectacular hydrothermal vent chimneys. And we're just up in the water column right now, orienting ourselves, checking out where this next chimney might be that has this hot water flowing out of it, has this specialized vent endemic fauna associated with it. So we're really excited to see that. And then with the time that we have remaining in the dive, we'll sort of move away from those active chimneys and continue our research on the inactive chimneys to see what sort of organisms take advantage of the habitat once the hot water flow and the reduced chemicals and the food source that provides to the bacteria are gone. Essentially what moves in next. And that's what we spent a lot of the time this morning doing. So the pilots are off the bottom and using their sonar to sort of look around us farther than the light pool goes. so we can get a sense of what's the topography in this area that we're flying the ROV around in. You have to remember that we are tethered to a cable, which is tethered to the Sirius ROV, which is furthermore tethered to the ship, and we don't want to get that cable wrapped around any of these chimneys. Not just for the sake of the ROV, but we don't want to damage the spectacular habitat. Copy that. Thanks. Copy that. Thank you very much. We'd be happy as we're waiting to just look closely at the bottom, anything we see. And in particular, if we see another one of the, we call them eel pouts, it's a little eel-like fish, we'd like a close look. Yep, that's the one. Thank you. You know them well. Yeah, Ken Sulak. Yeah, Ken Sulak is a fish expert, has looked closely at the video we took a little bit earlier, and he feels pretty confident that it's not just a new species, but a new genus. So the best imagery we can get.
And hello, if you are just joining us, we are at the Moytirra hydrothermal vent field on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, about 500 kilometers north of the Azores Island, north of the northwestern island in the Azores, the island of Corvo. We are diving on this hydrothermal vent field that was discovered in 2009. It's a very unique hydrothermal vent field, and that is the only one. It's the only high temperature hydrothermal vent field that has been found north of the Azores archipelago and south of the Charlie Gibbs fracture zone, the last mid-Atlantic fracture zone before you get into the Okeanos ridge. We are currently at a depth of about 2,900 meters below sea level.
So given that we are going to have for 10 minutes, we're still close to that last chimney. It might be nice to take our last bottom 3 DNA sample right in front of it. Is that okay with you? Or do we have that come up? Copy that.
Do you think there's time for a geologic sample, not on the tower, but maybe on one of the surrounding outcrops around it? Or I don't want to push the envelope if you don't think time's appropriate. Okay, so yeah, maybe that to the base to the left of it, there's kind of that lighter band of vertical material. You can also over to the left, the harder material. Also, I mean, it could be to the right, either or. I kind of want to not be too close to the bottom of that vent, just because of the tether between you and Sirius. See what I mean? Looking in the down cam. So okay. Yeah, and we're looking for trying to find something that's harder than that really, you know, that material Scott grabbed earlier that kind of just exploded. You know, that might be that all that yellow stuff just looks like sulfide again. Could you do a look to the right?
So can we trip the water up here before we go down? Thanks.
Yeah, do you want it, where do you want it, Scott? At the base, the top, middle?
I was seeing a lot of the shrimp and so on, so right up here at this level next to the white anhydrite. Thank you. Well, this should be Niskin 3. There it goes. Thank you.
And keep panning. Okay, do you see that, maybe that patch of dark material just off center on the right, those dark cobbles? Any in those, I think it'll just be a question of, you know, if you give them a push within a manipulator and if they just break apart or whether they're actually solid blocks. Starboard.
Starboard rock box.
Yeah, and you mind grabbing one and just giving a little crunch test? I think they might all just be kind of precipitate talus. I was hoping for a nice hard basalt, but I don't think I'm going to find one. All right. Nice. No. Happy. Yeah.
What kind of rock do you want to call that?
Basalt.
Basalt.
Yep. Iron oxide coating.
All right.
If you can put another one in a minute and a half, but up to you. Yep, that's fine. I'm an envelope pusher. Thank you. We got 2 more Niskins. Bottom? One special, one's bottom, but special was bottom. We got DSL for sure, and then we got another.
Let's wait until just before we go off.
Yeah. So just for situational awareness, we still have 2 more Niskins to trip. We'll probably just trip one whenever we lose visual sight of the bottom or whatever in front of us, and then one in the deep scatter.
Did we fire that? So we're about to fire it? Okay. That's good because I'm not set up. But we did this one already. Okay. No, not yet. I have not.
So if you are just joining us, we are at the Moytirra hydrothermal vent field on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, about 500 kilometers north of the Azores. We were diving on a hydrothermal vent field discovered in 2009. Unique in that it's the only high-temperature hydrothermal vent field north of the Azores and south of the Geological fracture zone.
Okay. Okay. Don't worry.
We've been exploring for the last 6-7 hours, and we had planned to explore for another hour or two, but the weather's starting to get a little rough, and this tiny ship is getting tossed. And if it wasn't for the courage of our fearless ROV team, this ROV would be lost. So we're starting our ascent a little bit early.
But we've had a great day.
We've had an amazing day.
We saw amazing things. We got some collections of some really rare stuff from the inactive part of the field. I mean, I'm disappointed we're coming up early, but I'm not disappointed at all with what happened today.
That beautiful last hydrothermal chimney with the beehive diffuser structure was amazing, and I think anytime that you see something that stumps the geologist and the biologist is always a good day.